ったら押す。
この状態の時にはマイクはオンになっております。
はい、それでは時間になりましたので、
Thank you very much for waiting. We will start this subcommittee. Translation, Channel 1 is Japanese and Channel 2 is English. I am the moderator. I am Achilles Michiko.
さて、本分科会のテーマは
The topic of this session is women's participation in decision-making processes in Japan. Policies to support Japan do exist, and it is now becoming a given and normal that women continue to work. On the other hand, when it comes to women's participation in decision-making processes, there are just too many difficulties and barriers. However, this applies not only to Japan, but still continues to be the case across the world, one of the reasons why women's empowerment will not advance. What is required further? How can we progress and advance? I would like to think together and discuss together with you. We have wonderful panelists with abundant experiences and expertise. Please allow me to introduce. First of all, Ms. Maria Pecinovich-Burich, Secretary General of the Council of Europe. And next, Ms. Fatima Gailani, a former president of the Afghan Red Crescent Society. Currently, she is chairing the Future-Oriented Council of Afghanistan. Ms. Kawamoto Yuko, president of the National Personnel Authority of the Government of Japan. Ms. Kobayashi Chiyo, CEO, Washington Core LLC. Ms. Sakurai Ayano, founder, What Does Gender Equality Mean to You? President Jen Courage. Last but not least, Mr. Karasawa Yasuyoshi, Chairman and Director, Chairman Executive Officer of MS&AD Insurance Group Holdings, Inc. And as a resource person who already discussed, we have Mr. Kenji Yamada, a State Minister for Foreign Affairs from the government of Japan. So we will start the first point of discussion. May I ask you for 5 minutes for your initial round? I might have to interrupt you if 5 minutes pass. Thank you for your kind cooperation. So may we start with Maria, please?
Thank you very much, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to be part of this worldwide assembly for women, I must say, for the second time. It's a real honor. And of course, I congratulate Japan in hosting it. And as we heard this morning, the country is taking important steps towards gender equality supported by the government. And let me also mention Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who deserves special congratulations on being appointed the Japan's he-for-she champion for the he-for-she summit. Certainly, we need leaders who are ready to use their influence for fairness, taking measures in support of gender equality and diversity, and providing leadership, the leadership and laws that change attitudes in societies. At the Council of Europe, our commitment to progress is absolute. We take a holistic approach. Our current gender equality strategy works on the basis of 6 key objectives, and we work with 46 member states to help them turn each of the theory to practice. So they include ending violence against women, achieving gender-balanced participation in public and political decision-making, and gender mainstreaming in all policies and practice. But I want in particular to speak about 2 priorities. The first is preventing and combating sexism and gender stereotypes. For this, we have a 2019 recommendation and addressed to all of our member states. It includes the first ever international definition of sexism. It calls on governments to take new measures, such as ensuring the equal presence of women and men in visual representations and other contexts, as well as tackling sexist hate speech on and offline, and ending sexism across the public sector in everything from education to justice to culture and sport, so that the culture of sexism and gender stereotypes is broken for good, liberating future generations of girls and boys, women and men from the roles and expectations in which they are so often and so wrongly herded. The other priority from the gender equality strategy is our focus on a particularly vulnerable group, migrant women and girls. Europe has received a higher number of migrants in recent years, and now there has been a wave of women and children in particular from Ukraine. On arrival in any Council of Europe member state, they should experience the rights and protections that our standards guarantee. Earlier this year, our member states adopted a new recommendation to protect the rights of migrant, refugee, and asylum-seeking women and girls. It helps governments to ensure that they provide adequate transit and reception facilities, and that sits alongside our action plan on protecting vulnerable persons in the context of migration and asylum. Taken together, this package aims to ensure that women in this position, often from outside Europe, experience dignity, equality, and opportunity. And in the specific context of Ukraine, we are supporting governments so that they can better identify and support those who have experienced the trauma and sexual violence. There is one more thing that I want to mention, and it is the gender pay gap. Our European Social Charter makes clear that the right to equal pay is a human right, and that good news is that over the decades, the gap has closed to a certain degree in some member states, but it can still be up to 20% in size. And there is no correlation between this and the country's economic power. Whether the gap is the product of gender stereotypes or reinforces them, we should not just mind the gap, we must close it. Governments and businesses must act. This is quite a list of points, but as I said, we take a holistic and proactive approach, and equally I'm aware that I have said what I said comes from a European perspective, naturally because I lead a European regional organization. Still, while many of these challenges faced by women and girls have specific cultural context, there are women and girls from all around the world who share the same broad perspective on the need to tackle gender inequality and its consequences. So I hope that some of them and their governments may be inspired by some of what we have done at the Council of Europe, and just as we are looking for further inspiration from people in this room and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 今マリアさんはヨーロッパを
Thank you very much indeed. Maria has discussed taking Europe as one example. Compared to other regions, it is advanced in this regard in Europe. More recently, the issue of migrants because of the conflict in Ukraine. Many come from non-European regions, including migrants. They are, of course, suffering, and in particular, there is a disproportionate difficulty on women, and partly that reason could be sexism, and therefore the international definition has been made. Without a clear definition, who would be subject to support or not, it would be difficult to identify. So first of all, they have made an explicit international definition. Also about the gender gap, indeed, we already heard this in the morning program. this is the foundation that we need to understand, because, after all, here lies a gender inequality. Inequity, inequality. We have to learn a lot, and I look forward to the next part of the discussion as well. Inviting the next panelist from the Japanese side, may I invite Kawamoto-san, please.
Thank you very much. I am very honored to be here to make a speech. In Japan, in both public and private sector, promotion of women has not proceeded as we planned. And in order to impact decision-making, we need a critical mass of women. Whether what type of percentage we need to achieve remains to be discussed, but we are making efforts, although we are not really achieving our goals yet. We are not being able to achieve diversity because gender-based roles are very strong in Japan. For example, men work outside and women stay at home. So this has been traditionally the case, and the mindset has not changed. Therefore, diversity has not been achieved in Japan fully. This is a chicken or egg issue. There can be two approaches. First, we can change the mindset itself. Second, we can change the environment so that the mindset will be changed. This can be another approach. When it comes to changing mindsets, we need to acknowledge what is going on accurately. And that acknowledgement should include that we are changing as society, and the senior management people will need to know about this. There are 3 points in relation to this. The society is changing. This is number one. Households with dual incomes are increasing. So this increase, when you hear the word, in reality, this has been the case, but we see this situation as only single-income households in some cases. We are in the WAW era, which consists of the young generation, but in the Heisei era, we have middle management, and in Showa, we have senior management. This generation gap needs to be acknowledged. On top of that, I think management level people need to change their mindsets through training, for example, and in their daily lives. They need to promote this shift in mindset so that unconscious bias can be realized and changed. And in terms of a career path for women, they have concerns, anxieties, and they are intimidated to build their careers. So there are many ways to overcome this, but we need to empower them. On this, I think adults should acknowledge that what they say to the younger generation can impact the path that these young women choose, and it can impede their career path. In the kind of information that we get in our daily lives, there could be these messages which we need to avoid. That said, changing the environment can impact change of mind, and that includes an environment in which diversity is respected. For example, we have to make sure that the long-time work is less and we have flexibility. We can take days off when we need to take care of our family members. We need to promote remote work as well. So diversity in the workplace needs to be built. And at our National Personnel Authority, we are trying our best to promote such initiatives. In addition to that, when it comes to diversity, we need to know that organizations where promoted diversity tend to perform better. And we need to eliminate the pay gap in Japan, and I think in the public sphere we need to have more discussions on this. In order to change the environment, Maybe specifically, we can promote men to take childcare leave. And in the case of public servants, 60% of our members are taking childcare leave compared to the private sector. So there is a need, and we need to have plans so that we can allow them to do so. And we need to fill the responsibilities that these people who would go on leave have been taking. So we need to work on this both from the public sector and from the private sector. Traditionally, we have been thinking that men at the front lines should not take a leave. So we have to change this way of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kawamoto. Indeed, in the decision-making level, you say, but the critical mass, of course, will be required, really, to jumpstart changes and to change the awareness mindset about gender stereotype, because it's difficult to tackle a situation where there is inculcation from younger age. What is the common sense, so to say? It's very different from 10 years ago, that a dual income or both parents working already, that's a kind of an old language. No matter how we try to advocate, we have to change the work style. We have to look onto multiple aspects. And the paternal leave, is it more than 60%? That's good news. And that has to be reflected positively in the meritocracy assessment for personnel affairs. Thank you for your comment. So a lot is happening, and therefore from the younger generation, I wonder what they feel, what do they think could be better, how could we encourage women to be more ambitious? May I ask Sakurai Ayano?
Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be able to speak at a forum like this. I have a message from the younger generation. And some of my talk will be very fundamental in nature. I am conducting advocacy activities, and I have been gathering voices of the younger generation. And we have been trying to build the image of becoming decision makers in any type of career. If you choose a type of job or if you choose a type of life, this would impact decision making, and the younger generation are aware of this, but they seem to remain unchanged. For example, at school, when girls try to take leadership, they will be criticized in some cases, or they say that, wow, you're great because you're taking leadership, which is not consistent with their self-image. So that leads girls to think that maybe we should not stand up and that we can just give up taking leadership role. It cannot be simply divided by gender between the boys and girls, but I am 27 years old, and when you reach a certain age, people are thinking about how to work and how to live, whether to give birth and how. These options in life are coming to us, and sometimes we have to give up some of the options that are there. When I listen to the voices of people, I think women and girls tend to be more concerned about these issues. We needed to balance between things that we think are important, and we need to pick and choose. So that is what we are facing in Japan right now. So the younger generation are feeling are having mixed feelings about their life, because they sometimes have to give up certain options, and the media would remind you that you have given up on something, and they think that they form an image of the kind of life that they can pursue. I would like to point out two things. As Kawamoto-san mentioned, the educational system itself needs to be changed. We have systemized educational mechanism, but outside of it, we need some needs, and we have to shed more light to that. For example, in schools, we have a list of names divided by gender, and sometimes teachers, women teachers are not majoring in STEM, and they are majoring in humanities. Also, important roles are only being filled by men. So all these formal education have been setting certain rules at schools. Therefore, we need to take them away one by one so that we can have more people who are in the decision-making positions in society. The second point would be, as Kawamoto-san mentioned, there is a difference in acknowledgement between generations. Gender equality, LGBT, diversity in gender, these have become norms in younger generations. So we need their participation in the decision-making process, especially when it comes to formulating policies, public comment processes, and sometimes we have commissions and we ask for public participation. And these need to be utilized so that their voices can be heard. 2 years ago, I was a part of the drafting of the basic plan for gender equality, the 5th version, and I collected 1,050 voices of young people. They were talking about sexual harassment, job hunting, and other issues that the young generation face, and their voices were reflected in the policy. These people are anxious about their future, and these anxieties need to be reflected in the policy making so that we can have more women leaders. Finally, I live in Yokosuka City of Kanagawa Prefecture. So within Kanagawa Prefecture, this city has a number of senior citizens, elderly people, especially men. So I am working towards gender equality. However, if we have residents who are men who are old, we tend to listen to them more, meaning their voices tend to be heard more, and other people tend to be heard less. For example, women's health will not be taken up as urgent matters. So we need to have more younger people and women in these forums. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sakurai. What I was impressed is that if you choose one matter, you have to discard or give up another. So I started my professional career and I was raising my children. That was the overwhelming opinion. Decades have passed and I had to be slightly shocked that still that kind of mindset continues, because there is an inculcation, infiltration that woman is the leadership, a woman is the sub-leader in the school curriculum, and something has to be done. And there must be more younger generation in the decision-making processes, because values are different for different generations. Of course, this is unstoppable. This is the reality. So people with different values will have to get together, talk together, make decisions. This should become the norm. We need different perspectives, diverse perspectives that creates innovation and better results. And indeed, I hope it would change towards that direction. Thank you very much. Based on in Washington, business and consulting is her area of expertise, working also for the government as well as engagement in the private sector. Ms. Kobayashi, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Corporate world, in the industry world, I have been working in Washington, US from 30 years, so I have a perspective about Japan looking from the outside. There are 3 points. First of all, the language, terminology of diversity. Around myself, women's engagement in decision-making process, I think it's quite advanced in the community where I work. In the United States, talking about diversity, in the case of the US, it's first of all minority, African American or Hispanics or LGBTQ people plus senior citizens. But women is not exactly discussed when it comes to challenge of diversity. What does this mean? Already in the US, it's a perfect world, is it? That already women are sufficiently engaged and involved in decision-making processes, that the US already had made an achievement? Is that the case? Or that the society is shifting in transformation, in the change, and there is a focus on the inclusion, focusing on minority? Whatever the case, whatever the reason, as I talk to American friends, there is a lot that has to be done in terms of women's empowerment. So at a session like WAW, the World Assembly, when I said I'm going to attend, they said, that's wonderful. They say that go talk at World Assembly. And Japan's winning at the Football World Cup, but not only that, do more in the women's situation. So that was the minority. And the second point is hybrid society, I think, is what we need to aspire for. Hybrid is my concept. The United States, they think a woman who can earn is welcome. Women who can make money, they are welcome. Powerful women, they can bear child, the partners will support. If they can earn money, they will be welcome. And therefore, husband is not a rarity. So about the home, volunteer activities, professional career, self-realization, hobbies, education, a PTA at schools, there are lots of places to be active. And everybody can be active. It's okay, whether it be man or woman, whatever the gender, old or young. It's possible. It might look confusing, but after all, the most efficient resource, a person who can earn money, a person, it could be a flatter society, hybrid community, so that anybody can be active, that each and every person can be active, exerting their strength. So inculcation or infiltration of the mindset, but in the US, anything could happen. Whatever you want to do at the timing that you want in your life, at least that is possible in the US. The third point I wish to discuss now is how to live your life career path. So a WOW world of life, what do I mean? That is, during the generation of our parents, it was unthinkable a way of life or pursuing your professional careers different from a generation ago. Because in the past, it was only men who went to their own assignment, leaving their children and the wife behind. But there are women who now come to Washington, leaving their husband and children back in Japan, for example. So the personnel affairs are now, the real bending has occurred to raise women who are capable, because the companies want to encourage this capable woman, and new flexible arrangements are emerging amongst the Japanese companies. So that is a change. So hybrid society, diverse lifestyle is what we want to see. And the career should be enjoyable. As for myself, when I wake up in the morning, I love to go to work. I was very excited every morning when I wake up. So the joy of your career path, I want women to understand the sense of achievement, but at the same time, I want men to understand the joy of raising babies and the fun, joy of housework. I also want a man to enjoy such aspects as well. By allowing everybody to experience all aspects as both gender engage in decision-making processes, I hope each and every person can be active, and it will be more efficient if every person can do what they want to do. Thank you very much. So in the US, within diversity, women might not even become a discussion because women are already advanced, which means that's quite a gap compared to Japan. But why not? Women who can earn are welcome. Good. When I talk with top management, they don't mind whether they be man or woman. If they can earn money, raise profit, that's fine. Working age population in Japan is only going to go down if they have the capability and the capacity diversity. All companies want these people to be in higher position, but there are lots of shackles and fetters and difficulties. And if we can do what we want at the timing that we want to in our life, that would be fine. So career path, professionals, that's not only difficulty, the sense of achievement, the sense of joy. There are sparkles of fun in a difficult professional world, and not only in the professional career, but the house work, the joy of baby care. I understand with you. I now have a grandchild. I am once again understanding how fun and lovely it is to raise children, babies. Men are missing this lovely opportunity. Then, next. We have Kenji Yamada from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so I'm sure Karasawa-san feels encouraged. He's not the only male at the table. So regarding corporate policies, education, how man should live, how woman should live, we have heard so much. But may I invite Mr. Karasawa as a management to point, including what I have just heard from all of you. The first point I wish to discuss is the meaning, why we want to promote diversity. In Japan, unfortunately, in the last 30 years or so, the potential growth rate has been very low. In particular, the low productivity is the major issue. To raise productivity, innovation is indispensable. And as Schumpeter says, the source of innovation is requiring a fusion of wisdom, diversity, equity, must be considered, and inclusion must be realized. So this is not only for a woman, but for people with disability. Oh, there was a reference to migrants, people with different nationalities, LGBTQ people. At the Paralympic Games, Chairman Burns, President Burns said the difference is the strength, not a weakness. That was the strong message. And so that should be taken as a strength, not a weakness. And the market capitalization of enterprises in 1985, the market cap for the U.S. leading companies, the market cap and the intangible asset percentage was about 30%. Now that's gone up to 90%. In the case of Japanese companies, intangible 10% in 1985. And finally, Japan's market cap for intangible has reached 30% now. So the intangible asset value is rising with higher weight, which means homogeneity, or from accuracy or to rigidness. What is more important is diversity, flexibility, and creativity. Those factors will be more important than before. So if it is a homogeneous organization, the only man, and a society where the tacit knowledge reigns and controls, this is what we have to leave behind. And the next is to eliminate unconscious bias and gender stereotype. Gender stereotype. For example, this could have a huge impact onto the choice of a profession when children grow up. When you ask children at 5 years old to draw a picture about firefighters, pilots, and medical doctors, 80% of the 5-year-old kid draw man because they have that mindset in the younger time, and this continues until their future. This is a deep-rooted issue, which means primary education, I think, has an essential role to play. The next point I wish to discuss is the intrapersonal diversity, diversity in the single one person, intrapersonal diversity. We have already heard comments, but paternal leave, childcare leave by men, that, I think, would enhance intrapersonal diversity. Men would understand more about the home affairs, family affairs, know about the house chore. Kawamoto-san is an expert, but in the case of Japan, we say it's about 80% of the men take paternal leave, but it's very short at 1 week. Why not at least 1 month? In the case of Norway, for example, within the paternal leave, they call it papa, pup leave, and about 1 month at least 1 month, men are encouraged to take a leave. Otherwise, they would not be considered to have taken a paternal leave. It's only an excuse. You just take 2 or 3 days leave, and you make it an excuse that you have a paternal leave system. That does not work. About unconscious bias, complete elimination, I think, would be difficult. However, first of all, we have to accept that there is unconscious bias and try to control or try to take some action. First, we have to admit that there is unconscious bias. In the case of business enterprises, it's important for the management. We call it ABCD training. A is for... what was it? A is B is bias. A is assignment. Whom to place or where to place an individual employee. To what position do you want to place a particular individual? What challenge do you want to give a particular individual? B is bias. C is communication. D is diversity. We give ABCD training to the management personnel. So you have to raise the awareness of the management personnel. Otherwise, it's difficult to deal with unconscious bias. Rather than elimination, first of all, it's more important to acknowledge the existence of unconscious bias. Thank you.
はい、唐沢さんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much to Mr. Karasawa. Of course, why diversity? Why do you want to promote diversity? It has been discussed for many years, and people agree that a diverse perspective, diverse mindset, diverse background will have to get together for innovation, and there must be quality, deep communication. That, I think, has been re-emphasized once again about the intangible asset, that it has grown from 30% up to 80% in the market cap of businesses. But needless to say, I think there's a kind of a tacit knowledge and tacit understanding that men within organizations don't need to talk to each other, and they can make decisions without talking, and it's difficult to break the barrier. And about the stereotype, it could impact the choice of professionals. What do you want to be when you grow older? You ask kids. And boys should become something, girls should become something. It seems that there is a kind of a stereotype already. And in interpersonal diversity, diversity within one individual, at least 1 month of paternal leave, why don't you mandate that to Japanese enterprises? If you make it mandatory by law, Japanese people are so serious that they will follow the law. As you have discussed, unconscious bias, including myself, I agree it would be difficult to fully eliminate, but at least if you recognize, at least you want to admit that you yourself might be biased. In the ABCD training, I think you are training that people become aware. And in terms of assignment, man should be appointed there, woman should be appointed in a particular position. I think those are very important. Thank you for your insight. So we have heard different perspectives, and it is going to be difficult to wrap up this very rich discussion. So from the perspectives of different countries, there are different efforts, and thank you for waiting. May I invite Fatima?
Good morning, and it's true an honor to be here. And especially for a country like Afghanistan, this meeting is more than important. Really, it is vital. When we think about how to change a situation for women, it is truly the question of egg and a hen, that which one comes first, because the situation for women will not change unless women are in the decision-making chairs and in the leadership position. And in order to get to that, you need a line of things to change a woman and to actually bring women to that situation. So how to do it? Are we going to just copy what is happening in the rest of the world and think that one solution is good for any country? We have tried that. It didn't work. Next month, I will be a 69-year-old woman. I was only 8 when women were, men and women together in Afghanistan, went to vote or to be elected. And we had women elected. At that time, as a woman, I thought by the 20th century that for some reason I was very much waiting for it and I wanted to see it, that I thought that for the 21st century, this question will be solved. Now, when I see that not just in my country, which we walked backward, and in most countries in the world, it is still a struggle. If we want to be honest about it, really with the exception of North European countries, we are far from it, really. So how to do it? The question of equality, this is normal. It should be taken for granted, but we are still far away from it. If you talk about a country like Japan or a country like Afghanistan, the tradition has a very important role to play. How to reconcile with the tradition which has lots of wonderful things in it. We don't want to get out of our traditions, but how to change those few things which unfortunately in tradition society, it is always anti-women. For whatever reason. It could be overprotection, it could be just to see women as a delicate creature or whatever, it is happening. If you look at the history of the Muslim countries, you see that it was really the Muslim countries which had women in the leadership long before other countries, whether it was Bangladesh or Pakistan and all that. But look at us now. How do we do it? So I come to a conclusion. If we want to see the status, what is happening in the world, you could just Google it and you find out. But the experience is something else, that you have to take it into consideration, that without learning from those experiences, you cannot open doors. If you look at the Constitution of 1964 in Afghanistan, that men and women together went to vote or to be elected, and then we went forward in spite of the wars, in spite of all the harms that happened to men and women in Afghanistan, especially women. The Constitution of 2004 took into consideration, that I was honored to be one of the people working in it, that equality is not just in gender, but also in the all ethnic groups of Afghanistan, and we achieved it. But where is it now? We walked back from it. So how to have a situation that could be sustained? And this is only on conversation and knowledge and sharing information. It cannot be slogans. Today, the women's situation in Afghanistan has become a slogan, not just in Afghanistan, but all over the world. It is not a sensation. This is the future of more than 16 million women in Afghanistan. We have to calculate our steps and go forward towards a position that we can sustain those achievements of the past and also achievement for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 改めて振り返ってみますと
Thank you very much. As we look back again, many advancements have occurred in different places, but still, when it comes to the decision-making processes, women's participation is still lagging behind. Of course, there are some exceptional countries. In addition to that, equality is normal. Tradition, the traditional mindset, how to reconcile between traditional mindset. Of course, there are advantages as well in traditional way of mindset. What is good should be preserved, but there could be aspects that could be changed, and change would be the better for the country, for the industry, and for the society as a whole. And finally, in Afghanistan, a little time ago, there was a momentum, a sign, a prospect that it might become more equal, but in the most recent time, it's going backward. But once, just because you have achieved a better situation, you should not take that as a given. Depending on social situations and changes, what you think you have advanced, you go back again. 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. So this is a new and old topic. But we must consolidate the progress. There must be sustained commitment and endeavors. Step forward. Let us continue to step forward. Thank you so much. So for the first half, we discussed about the diversity and in terms of the society, what could be changed, how can mindsets, awarenesses be changed. And going on to the second topic, more specifically, in political, economic world, how can we raise the ratio of women? What could be the policies or measures? If you could talk about some examples about the achievement, the progress. At the same time, the core topic is enhance women's participation in decision-making processes. If there could be concrete proposals that we could conclude as our summary, so I would like to ask for your next round of contribution. So Fatima, I think I will start with you, Fatima, this time, please.
It is a very, very sensitive and important question, how to do it. I mean, we all know what is right, what is wrong, what should be done. But we have somehow failed how to achieve it. And this is the important thing. I think the sincerity and removing the double standard from our way will be the step one, that we have to remove it. I mean, just to give the opportunity for women because we want an applause or approval from the Western world, and especially in the case of countries like Afghanistan, to make the donors happy, didn't work, and it will not work. So we have to go back to what is right and how to achieve it. Today, you can see that in the name of my religion, in the name of Islam, lots of things have been really not just for women, but for young men, for minorities, for different way of thinking, and all that. They have been subjugated to lots of hardship, which I know for sure it has nothing to do with my religion. Absolutely not. So let's start an out-of-box approach. Let's do something that could work inside the country. I always say that if you want to take the whole of 16 million out of 16 million women out of Afghanistan and have a women-free country, probably Afghanistan doesn't deserve to have women. Is it the case? Which is not. So how to change the situation for those women who are inside the country? And I come to a conclusion is to listen to those women who don't want to get out of the country. It's not that question of they cannot, don't want to get out of the country. They want to fix things inside the country, and let's start by that. Let's not make it too political, so it will become difficult, a matter of honor for those people in power in Afghanistan, and matter of honor for people who are outside the country to say that, no, we want to achieve it. We have to come to a conclusion here. First, we have to decide that it has to be done. It's impossible without it. Secondly, what are the many roadmap to it? And stay sincere to it. Here, I mean, when I talk about that the Western way was not practical for Afghanistan, by no means that it means that I'm not grateful for the support of all those women for more than 44 years, they have supported women in Afghanistan. I am grateful too. Everything which comes to Afghanistan should have the situation of women tangled to it, and also the minorities and human rights. I agree with that. But in a practical way, we have to find a way. If you ask me that what is today the solution, it is not possible for me to tell you. But we have to sit together and find a way that could bring a sustainable situation, not just for women in Afghanistan, but all those who are in trouble today. And I think it is not impossible. We can do it together, but we have to do it in a different way, because that way didn't work.
Thank you so much. So we have to do the right thing. Okay.
Thank you very much. Of course, there are multiple means and ways, but traditional ways, there could be some ways that does not suit your country. Just because certain measures have been successful in Europe, you cannot simply transplant those in your country. Then what are the solutions? There is no clear answer. However, we have to listen to the voices of the woman. Women's voices have to be heard. And for the society and for yourself as an individual, what would be the best solution for a better life? In the case of Afghanistan, a solution suited for Afghanistan should be created by all parties, and women will have to be engaged in such processes. Merely copying, that would not be successful. In the case of Japan, sometimes we can copy and transplant from outside the country. Sometimes it would not be at all suitable, even in Japan. So whilst we learn from others, we have to think about your specific circumstance. Thank you for your insight. Then next, Ms. Kawamoto, please. Your second round of comment.
Thank you very much. So, how should we increase the number of women in decision-making and reach the critical mass? When we think about this, there are many approaches that are possible. We have already been taking on initiatives, and we need to continue doing that. In the world of public servants, in the third basic plan for gender equality, we have set a goal for recruitment, and we have been revising this target in a visual manner, visible manner. And each ministries and agencies need to come up with their own goals, so it's like naming and shaming. Once their numbers become visible, then they would want to achieve that. And the pay gap between men and women have been disclosed in both in the public sector and private sector. Well, in the public sector, it's going to start next year. We are trying to promote the recruitment of women, so 40% is the number of people who apply to a job in the public sector as public servants, but when it comes to their acceptance, it's only 30%. So 40% apply and only 30% get through. Typically, women are good at the exams, so you might wonder. But there is something called a hidden curriculum, and that Sakurai-san mentioned. So at the university, people learn about literature, education, psychology, arts and humanities. So when it comes to public servant examination, it's going to be about legal issues and also other math-related subjects, and therefore we need to revise the examination This is not about gender, but we need to create a new category of examination, I believe. In addition, since there are less women already working in the public sector, we need to promote recruitment from outside, meaning we would like to have a more simple way of hiring termed officers, and we want to make sure that we evaluate their experience in the private sector as well. When it comes to retention, we need to provide consideration regarding their various life stages, and we need to provide consultation. For example, after childcare leave, how can they build their career path is one thing that we can provide advice on. So in any case, as mentioned earlier, we need to visualize these changes. And if I may comment on some of the opinions already presented, the value that they have is different between generations and genders. So when it comes to domestic work, their understanding differs between men and women. I think somebody talked about a grandchild. And when it comes to child rearing, maybe senior management people, especially men, might have a different point of view if they participate. And when it comes to men's childcare leave, I think it shouldn't be about days, but at least a month. And another thing I want to mention is I did a survey on people who continue to work, women who continue to work, and they say that because it's enjoyable. So I think there needs to be an environment in which they can enjoy, and this has to be encouraged, and they need to feel the pleasure of growth. My third point, when it comes to men in leadership positions, they need to have a minority experience, like Karasawa-san, who is present here, meaning they need to feel what it is to be a minority so that they understand such positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kawamoto, to experience yourself. Earlier, Fatima discussed, of course, you can advocate and have ambitious goals, but you only feel and understand when you really experience. So 40% of the applicants are women, but only 30% of those who pass are women. So what is the difference? Indeed, women major in humanities rather than STEM area, then law or economy or in the engineering, we would like to see more women elect such majors. But another measure that could be possible is for such humanities, the test examination questions could also cater to a woman who tend to major in humanities and to visualize the reality, the circumstances. Indeed, about the wage gap to disclose, because that disclosure has become mandatory, so for 301 personnel or more, institutions are now mandated to disclose, and they have to collect the data. They are scrambling to collect the actual data and to disclose. But when they become mandatory, such pressures, I think, would visualize the reality. And work is fun. The reason why they continue to work is because it's so fun. That's important. At one time, I spoke about men in leadership. Do you enjoy your work? We never thought about that, they said. I was shocked. No one had thought about if their work is fun. No matter how difficult, challenging the work is, maybe woman is better at finding a joyful sparkle in their difficult career work. Thank you so much. Maria, please. Maria, your second round.
Thank you very much. I think this discussion very much proves that we need to talk because experiences are different and they are all valuable. And I will turn back to my organization because when it was created, it was after the Second World War, and the idea was that the peace, sustainable peace, will be achieved through working together, and the main glue for that, because even in Europe, countries have different experiences and they have with different backgrounds. So achieving peace through justice means having laws and conventions was the way how actually the idea behind the Council of Europe. So I turn back to this point of view, and at the Council of Europe we have been very clear that achieving gender equality requires the balanced participation of women and men in political and public decision making, and it's also the key strategic objective of gender equality strategy that I mentioned earlier. So through this strategy we provided a clear recommendation, a standard that they should strive to achieve. Both sexes should be represented in parliaments and other decision-making bodies at the level at least 40% each. But this is, of course, almost always women who fall below that 40% minimum. And it has always been that way. So there has been progress over recent decades, and the representation of women in our member states' parliaments is now at an average of 31%, higher than ever has been. But there is a still high and long way to go, because women are not central to political and policy decisions, as you mentioned in some of your speeches. If their insights and experiences are not shared and their interests are not represented, then policy outcomes will continue to have blind spots at best, and to work against women at worst. So we always see this more starkly in times of the crisis, and unfortunately we live in such times. So during COVID-19 lockdowns, women not only took on the majority of added domestic burdens, but they were also exposed to an increased risk of domestic violence, even in the most developed countries in Europe. Often trapped with their abusers and dependent on the varying degrees of assistance offered by authorities, and now with the disruption caused by the pandemic and the crisis of the supply of energy and food caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine, inflation is soaring, recession is looming in many countries, so it brings a number of problems on the table. So as always, unfortunately, women will pay a higher price for that. But this lopsided impact is not inevitable, and it can be avoided or at least mitigated by women in parliament in number, having their say in the policy decisions that govern their countries on everything from domestic violence to economic strategy to social security. And I believe that we need joint efforts on that. This is especially important given the factors that are inhibiting change, and some of you mentioned quite extensively to that. New legal and policy barriers put up the anti-gender, anti-women movement that has gathered strength in some countries, even in Europe. And the terrible fact that women in decision-making roles face sexism and violence on a regular basis. So at the 2018 study at the Council of Europe's Parliamentary Assembly found that 58% of the women MPs who took part had been subject to online sexist attacks during their term in office. 85% had been victims of psychological violence, and some had suffered physical violence too. So this is a symptom of a bigger problem. Wherever women are subject to physical or emotional violence, this inhibits their confidence and their capacity to contribute. And we were all agreeing that women should and have and will and want to contribute more. This is true of their personal lives and their professional lives too. So addressing this issue is central to creating an environment in which women participate in all spheres, and we can move closer towards achieving gender equality. This morning, Director of UN Women said that without achieving this, the other SDGs will never be achieved. So I cannot more than agree to that. So we really need to take it very seriously and pull all of our forces to work achieving gender equality. And this is my last point, concentrates on Istanbul Convention, which actually stands for the Convention Against Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, on preventing and combating this violence. And actually, it is a golden standard on the world level, the one that doesn't exist elsewhere. It aims to prevent these crimes, to protect women who are, where they occur, and to help prosecute the perpetrators. So taking an all-around approach is the gold standard in this field, and I think it should be more openly discussed, because the treaty is open. Not all the treaties of the and conventions of the Council of Europe are open for others that are not members. This is the one that it is, and as it represents really the best which exists around the world. So probably opening the signature and finding more member states outside of Europe would be certainly one way to tackle this issue. Because the experience has shown where it has been implemented, it works, but it also shows how much more all the countries, including the most developed one in gender equality, had to do. So actually this shows how big the issue is at stake. One of the result is always that new and effective laws are introduced, more interagency works, and all representing government would know that how much is needed to cover all these issues from all different perspectives, and women are certainly better protected. So I hope that there will be more countries to join it, and that it will help them to create safer environments in which women would feel free to participate and fulfill their potential. We were hearing experiences and even personal ones on how important it is for all us, not only women and men, to work and fully develop our talent. So let's work together for that. And I think if there is one possible measure that from the Council of Europe we can propose to this forum, this is certainly for the governments to consider really working, either being inspired by this convention, or that they join if they think that in their environment this would be a proper way to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I clarify the name of the convention you just mentioned?
Istanbul Convention.
Istanbul. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you. はい。ありがとう。Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. One of the possibility that might be effective is legislation, mandatory law. After all, to ask for efforts and endeavors to encourage, but if it is not mandatory, it is not obligatory, or despite effort, if achievement cannot be observed, there might be such a frustration. So the Council of Europe has this convention, and in the political areas at least 40% of both gender. It's not only woman, but either gender. At least 40% of the representation that is required, and the average is 31% in terms of members of parliament. Compared to Japan, it is largely significant. Why is that important to have representation during the COVID pandemic, and not only the pandemic, but if you look at the situation in Ukraine. When it comes to crisis, women, again, disproportionately suffer from damages, including domestic violence and the loss of employment, more in women, anti-violence. This is an important pillar for action across the world. Online attacks, online sexism. Indeed, a significant number of women, like 85%, and even psychological violence, 85% of the respondents of the PA 2018. So online violence, I think, is emerging because of the technological changes. That is why, all the more, women must be represented in the policy decision. Women's voice must be heard.
Thank you very much again.
Then, next, may I invite Mr. Karasawa, please? Maybe if you have specific proposal for myself, a strong demand. Let me try. Let me discuss 5 points. Maria has discussed about Europe, so it's very difficult for me to follow after Maria. But quota, numerical target, I think, is necessary in Japan. Of course, in the industry, there are divided opinions. Japanese industry is not monolithic, but I think we need a quota. At Keidanren, I am the chairman of the Committee on Diversity. By 2020, by 2030, we decided that more than 30% of the women should be in the managerial position. And as a result, many companies did agree, at least at Keidanren, Japan Business Federation. So in larger leading companies, they can establish roadmaps. But when it comes to small and medium-sized enterprises, more support must be offered. One example is, I am also a member of the British origin 30% club, a 30% club of enterprises. It started in Britain. There is FTSE 100, the leading companies, and the women's managerial position ratio should go beyond 30%. By 2010, it was low at 12.6%. Now, by 2018, they have already achieved the goal of 30% women in the managerial position, which is very encouraging. And topics is the index in Japan. In the case of leading Japanese companies, it's about 10% or so. So it was like Britain some decades ago. So Japan is just so slow, lack of speed, just a stark lack of speed. As was already discussed, the potential growth demonstrates how slow Japan is. We must have a strong sense of urgency in crisis. Critical mass was the language that Ms. Kamoto used. Of course, we want to target 40% in Japan. But at least if a woman in the managerial position reaches 30%, it will be a major difference. If we go past the breakthrough of 30%, I think it will be very important. But what we have to take care of is to give advantage to women, to give special consideration in Japan. We have a saying in Japan, to give them higher shoes, so to say, or the men can take off their high heel shoes, so to say. If the men decline their already advantageous position, I think that would also be required way of thinking in the Japanese leaders. And then to think about the distinction and not think about the distinction, because it's about equity. If you think about the difference between the genders, when I tried to appoint a woman at the director level, one woman declined. I wanted to promote her. And you said, I am selected because I am a woman? I had to admit that. It was 20 years ago, and I had to admit that I had chosen a woman intentionally because I wanted to advertise that our company is advanced, and she declined, not now. And then another woman, I tried to appoint to a director, and the woman said it is an honor if she's going to be chosen because she's a woman. And she said that I'm going to be a role model for other girls and ladies. So 2 women, both of them eventually became directors of my company. So I thought both are reasonable. Either we distinguish the 2 genders or we do not distinguish the 2 genders. Both of them are important. 1 woman declined and 1 woman accepted my offer for director. And to create an enabling climate and to create a pipeline of role models. What do I mean by enabling environment? It is related to equity and gendered innovation. In researches in the world of academia, for example, Ochanomizu Women's University, they have a specific institute. They conduct gendered innovation or gendered research to analyze gender difference. But at the same time, there is extremely long work hour culture or the discontinuation of career path or in the working occupation that women should not be given hard-lifting environment to give an enabling environment. I discussed among Japanese management, and eventually this might lead to higher productivity. It's not only for women, but it could be an advantage and positive also for men, less long work hours, and there will be less disruption of career path for both genders, and eventually it would raise the productivity for both men, women, and for the company. And pipeline for personnel is important. Have a pool of role model, diverse leaders, human network. It's important to have such pools of people, human capital. And the 4th point, in order to advance these policies, what I have always considered important is transparency, to ensure transparency by way of disclosure or by way of visualized information in different dimensions, ensure transparency in investor relations, in engagement with investors, to be very transparent, I think would be a huge incentive for companies to do more. Number 5, education. Challenge in education. Even if diversity is promoted, as we heard, if women do not participate in decision-making, it would be worthless. However, in order to make the decision, each and every individual are required to have a firm insight, wisdom, and a sense of value, which means education plays a huge role. In the case of Japan, the ratio of women students in leading universities compared to the Ivy League of the US is about 50%. In Japan, it's only 30% women students in leading universities and very few women students in the STEM courses. So education reform, I think, will play a big role. And finally, Ms. Kawamoto earlier discussed worthwhile to work, fun to work. That keeps them at work. I think that's so important. Businesses, for what reason do companies exist? What is the raison d'etre? In order to become more sustainable, what is our business? How are we going to contribute to the solution of global challenges? What values are we trying to create? Together with the employees, together with our workers, there must be a good communication between the management ourselves. I think that is incumbent upon us at the top management. Mobility of workers in Japan, I think that would be important, and that would also push women's empowerment. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Mr. Karasawa. That was a wonderful presentation, actually, beautiful. Thank you very much. As the moderator, that was very good. And the quota, numerical targets, at one time, there was major controversy whether there should be a quota because there was so much divided opinion in Japan. But particularly in Europe and other countries, legislation does promote actions, and therefore I would like to ask the industry to continue to call for quota numerical targets. And so whether to distinguish or not to distinguish gender, so 2 women, when you try to promote them to director, 1 declined and 1 accepted, I think that's the reality. So whilst you give consideration to the gender difference, you invite. And even if one woman might decline, you approach a different woman, because even same woman, they might have different decision-making, and different approaches might be required for different individual women. About innovation, diverse leaders must be shown as a role model regardless of their gender in terms of transparency. Indeed, disclosure, I think, would be a positive pressure to encourage businesses, and the importance of education, needless to say. Indeed, I look forward to concrete actions. Thank you so much. Next, I think Kobayashi-san, the floor is yours. Thank you. In the decision-making process in US, it's a must. Participation of all genders, it's a must. Why are you talking about this now? I think would be the response of the US. There's the so-called Fortune 500, the leading companies in the academia, in different fields and areas. The top leader should be woman. If anything, the recruitment starts by paying attention to women. You have been talking about numerical targets or quotas, but not at that level. The US does not like a quota. It's meritocracy, not institutions or law or systems. Just because company will be able to make a larger profit, they want a woman who can earn money, who do have the capability. At law firms, the clients want women lawyers. They have a specific request that they want to retain a woman lawyer. Otherwise, services cannot be provided. In different departments, in different sections, all want capable women. It's almost a free agent in each organization, whether it be business enterprise or law firms. They just want capable women, and then it's women who tend to be capable. And on the woman's side, yes, I will do it. The response by the women tend to be positive. They think it's an opportunity, it's a chance, I've got this opportunity. The response tend to be positive, and that allows them to create a good career path. And I think it's a virtuous cycle. So they will take a position that is worthwhile, and a powerful woman, powerful mother can be seen in the household, which means powerful children will grow because they look at a mother who is powerful. I think in the US there is a positive cycle. The second point, during the Obama administration, amplify was the terminology that was emphasized to strengthen in the Oval Office of the White House. The advisors go to the Oval Office, and there are women in President Obama's office, and when President Obama hears women's office opinion, says, good, like, wonderful idea. There will be such a strong encouragement when woman speaks or woman offers opinion, but there was a strong encouragement in the Oval Office for any comments, whether they be man or woman. And women with professional awareness, there are lots of societies, nuclear energy and woman, infrastructure and woman, high technology and woman. There are trade organizations for different sectors. So women for particular industry sectors, they get together, they organize events, it's networking sessions within the company. They try to establish a force, so to say, not only to confront the management, not exactly, but they want to grow themselves, and they want to be a better contribution to the company. Energize is a group. The group name is Energize, and literally a woman in the energy industry, a utility company woman, and they always invite inspirational speakers, and they always suggest that women can be a huge contribution to the utility sector, which attracts my attention. The third point is, as I live outside of Japan, and as I look at Japanese women, I have always felt that Japanese women do have a very high brand value. Japanese women must be more confident. Being a Japanese woman is believed to have high communication skill, to have a capability. There are many out in the world who want to work with Japanese women. Intangible asset importance is rising, it was just mentioned. In that regard, to use women creatively, Japanese women can be more active, and Japanese economy's presence can be raised certainly by more active women. In the case of Japan, you tend to underestimate and undervalue yourself. That is not the case. There are very good advantages, and I wish that you would disseminate your strength, like WAW, this assembly is one. A case where Japan can appeal about what you are doing. Japan does have specialties, advantages. I do hope that Japan will take more leadership. In the case of the United States, although there has been some achievement, this was not done overnight. Back in 1972 in Washington, my woman, like 50 years ago, they have marched in the mall, and still equal pay has not been achieved by 100%. So time is necessary. But small victory, one by one, step by step, is required. Starting with one company, starting with one project, starting with one household. If little successes can be piled up, Japan is patient and tenacious. I am sure that Japan can lead more in this area. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am taking note of the time. Last but not least, Sakurai-san.
Thank you very much. So I have been paying attention to the voices of young people who live in the local areas. I have 2 points to make. In the world of politics, Act on the Promotion of Gender Equality has been put into effect, and each political parties are making effort. Things are moving forward, which we welcome. However, when it comes to the candidates, we don't have enough women. And whether this kind of recent efforts will have a positive impact in the 2023 nationwide local election remains to be seen, because in the local elections we'll have more people who are independent, and when there is an incumbent who is an elderly man, then women have a hard time winning against this person. And there was an occasion in which youth gathered to talk about politics a few years ago, but in it, when we say, okay, let's approach them and go into politics and raise our voices, they say, no, we don't want to get into the world of politics. These are people who have studied overseas, but they don't want to become council members, for example. And I have to give up getting married, giving birth. These are the negative images that they have towards these local council members. And Minister Hashimoto talked about reflecting the voices of the youth in politics. And I saw that a single politician can really make a change in the world of politics. And I thought that's great, and maybe we can make a change. That was the impression that we got. After that, there were many people, many women who wanted to become politicians, and there are schools for that as well, and the participation is increasing. So we need to spread the positive image of female politicians, and we need to show that their voices can be heard. Not only the positive image, but experience becomes key. As somebody mentioned earlier, or as I mentioned earlier, I'm hosting Gen Courage, and we invited a chairperson from a local council, and this woman talked about the type of systems they can have for childcare and maternity leave, and these issues have been shared among the council members in a horizontal manner. So this type of mutual support mechanism would help younger people to join the world of politics, and this type of group needs to be known more. I believe. And when it comes to becoming a candidate for these elections, we also need to strengthen the power of the voters, because when you reach the age of 18, you can't all of a sudden go and vote. And at school, sometimes when you talk about politics, they might be criticized, especially from the parents. So we need to change that so that we can have future politicians coming in and, of course, raise the number of women in that respect. Another thing to point out would be the local economy. I hear a lot about the voices of the local youngsters, and they come to, for example, Tokyo to study, but they want to go back. But there are not many jobs available, and sometimes the position says, we welcome women, but there is no restroom dedicated for women, and therefore there could be sexual harassment in the restroom. And these people are intimidated to go back to their hometowns because of the various challenges. We need to create jobs in local communities, and big companies have been showing effort in having more women, but we need to expand the scope to include SMEs. Somebody talked about the need for legislation. Sometimes it might be difficult to have one, but the local SMEs need to be in scope when it comes to these efforts. Sorry, my ideas may not be very specific, but when it comes to gender equality, these local movements happening in our hometowns, for example, female entrepreneurs and mayors and council members. If we see an increase of women in these positions, then that would be very positive. Lastly, we have been focusing on women, but I had something shocking from a young man. This young man said, I don't want to become like my father. My father worked so that I can go to college, but when I stood up for the first time, he wasn't there, he didn't come to the sports meet, and this young man said, was my father really happy? So this young man decided that when job hunting, he would try to find a company that would allow childcare leave for men as well. But it is quite difficult to find, and they are overly concerned about things, about getting married, about having a child. And they fear that they cannot make optimal decisions when it comes to selecting where to work. So when I see that, I think both men and women should have more positive approach towards careers as well.
Thank you very much indeed. What the younger generation feel and observe, that was a direct message from the younger generation with different and diverse perspectives. Indeed, the younger generation will create the future, so we shall have to do more in order to bequeath and leave a better environment to the younger generation. I'm taking note of the time, but the State Minister Yamada Kenji, you have remained silent. I'm sure you're bursting to say something. So, including possibility of international collaboration, your comment? Thank you for the opportunity. Rather than I'm bursting to talk, the discussion was excellent. Thank you very much. And looking at the member here at the table, from Europe, from Afghanistan, from Japan, but living in the US, in the personnel affairs in Kasumigaseki, and two persons from leading company, a younger generation indeed, not only in terms of gender, but this is indeed genuinely a diverse people's diverse perspectives. Thank you so much. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs within the Japanese central government, this is one of the ministries with more women empowerment. The ratio of new graduate women account for 60%, close to 60%. And in terms of the career path, 50% of our new hires are women. So that is one characteristic, and in terms of work-life balance, reform of work style, I think the Foreign Ministry is advanced, and my Executive Secretary is a woman. I am the State Minister, and I tend to work even on holidays, which means my executive secretary will be busy. But my executive secretary today is taking a leave because she could not find a babysitter. But I didn't care. You can take the day off and look at that gentleman who's taking my photograph. And he was the former executive secretary when I was the state minister in the past. So for women to be active, the boss, the understanding of the boss, the management needs to understand better. And I welcome my women subordinates to take the leaves off and the understanding of the colleagues, because look at him. I pulled him out of his house on a Saturday like this, but I hope that it would be very normal to support. It's not only psychological encouragement required, but to make our collaboration sustainable, I think it is important, which means the understanding of everybody is important. And Ms. Kawamoto, I ask you, head of the National Personnel Authority, the younger generation look forward to a better environment, that older man, it's not that they do not understand the younger people, but the younger people and the woman, they simply cannot understand the older people or the man. Then the woman and the younger generation will just dismiss the man and the older people if you are not understanding. So within the leading company, if you are changing, it is very encouraging. But then people with old way of thinking, if they are dismissed by younger generation or the mid-career profession, the companies want high-quality people, but high-quality people would not come to your company if you are old-minded, and the younger generation will start the new business and be entrepreneurs because there is no satisfactory company that they want to work for. If that is accumulated as successful experiences, the old-fashioned entities will be left behind, and therefore the existing leading companies should catch up, should not be left behind. And thank you for telling us the challenges that we have to change in the political world. We are trying to look for more women candidates for the members of parliament, but few women raised their hand, and in the latest House of Councillors, the electors do not vote for women candidates. It's important for us political parties to work, but the voters also have to choose the woman, and there must be more women who raise their hands to become candidates. So in lots of ways, women's participation in the decision-making process. Thank you for all the valuable comments. Thank you very much.
予定ではですね、最後提言をまとめるっていう時間はあったんですけれども、
did want to summarize the time, but the time has passed away, so I have tried to summarize what I think I have heard, and rapporteur is Ms. Sakurai. So in the later sessions, she will report on behalf of all of us to introduce 2 or 3 recommendations. So later on, Sakurai-san and I will get together, summarize what we will report to the plenary. With your permission, please. Thank you so much, because we have run out of time to draft here. So once again, thank you for the wonderful opinions, enjoyable, nice to listen, and very meaningful and profound. This has been a very important discussion. All thanks to all of you as panelists and all the people who work behind the scene. Thank you very much indeed.
今オンですね。あ、本当だ。失礼しました。
それでは時間となりましたので、
Thank you for waiting, everyone.
本日モデレーターを務めますジブレンゲです。
We would like to commence the session. My name is Jiburenge. I'm the moderator of this session. First of all, I would like to explain the interpretation service. Japanese is provided on channel 1, English 2, Portuguese 3. Hasegawa-san will serve as the rapporteur, and she will present at the closing session, which starts at 4:20 p.m. And she will report on the outcome of this discussion. This session has invited youth who are the creators of a new society. They will raise their voices for the future in this special session. There are 2 such sessions today, and this one will have simultaneous interpretation. Without further ado, since time is limited, we would like to get started. Each speaker should spend 5 minutes briefly introducing themselves, because many of you have seen each other for the first time, and this whole event is about realizing gender equality. So if you have any opinions regarding this, or if you have taken on any activities towards the realization of this goal, please let us know. So Aito-san first.
Hi, konnichiwa.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Aito Sara. I am 13 years old. In summer this year, I moved to Manila, the Philippines from Tokyo. At the moment, I am in grade 8 of an international school in Manila. Last year, during the summer holidays, regarding Japan's gender equality, I produced a report, and surprise, I won an award at the competition. In order to prepare for this report for my summer assignment, there were 3 reasons. Number 1, Malala's book of Pakistan. I was very inspired by her book. And the second trigger, the school education in Japan, and I used to go to public school, and now I go to an international school, and there were lots of comparisons that I experienced. The third reason is my parents. When I was young, both of my parents were working. My mother was very busy away on business trips, and I really had a lot of feeling about that. In the report of last summer, I wrote a lot, but as I read books, I was convinced, and there were some impressive points which I would like to talk about. You might have seen Anpanman, animation, Anpanman. There are both boy characters and girl characters, the mannish character including Anpanman, and there are bad characters or the protagonist, and they are characteristic and they are unique. But the female characters, they are not the protagonist, and they are dependable, and they are always helped by the other gender. A similar trend is seen in Doraemon as well. The protagonist, there are 5 boys and girls, and Shizuka is the single girl. And if you see the film of Doraemon, the 4 boys, they are always doing some heavy lifting or playing outside. Little girl Shizuka is staying at home, looking after little children, or engaged in housework, typically stereotyped for woman's role. So even in the media, in animation, in comics, maybe not correct images might be instilled because of such animation. Another point in Japan, I see an issue in gender education. My father is a Norwegian. In Norway, of my father's country, Norway ranks number 3 in terms of gender equity across the world. What is happening in Norway, for example? In terms of textbook, there are school textbooks on the gender. There are lots of legislation at the school. There are classes about gender. And my cousin, regardless of the gender, all learn about knitting, for example. So really, regardless of the gender, when they create something, teachers will praise them, and
教室で編み物を教えてたって言
And
ってたんです
grandmothers
けど、
teach even boys
一方的に
about
押し付
knitting
けない
at
考えを押し
schools,
付けない教育が
and education is liberal, and they are ranked one of the top. The Nordic countries are like that. In the case of Japan, only knowledge, I think, is taught. You have to rote learn what is in the textbook.
押し付ける、一方的に押し付ける、そういう
I observe that it is almost unilateral, that you are unilaterally taught
学校の
information.
隠れたカリキュラムっていうものがあっ
But
て、
there is something like a hidden curricula at the school. Normally, of course, there are good information in terms of curricula, but when it comes to gender awareness
間違った知識っていうの
or
は
even
その生徒
wrong
に押し付けられているっていう
information might
現状があ
be
りまして
forced
そ
upon
こが
the
す
students
ごくなんていうか
unilaterally.
疑問っていうか
I
そう
felt
日
I
本
had
に直してほしいなっていうところ
question
で
whether there could
以上
be
です
some improvement. Thank you.
愛斗さんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much,
今愛斗
Aito-san.
さんがお話ししてくださったのは
What you
メディア
just
に対しての
mentioned
ステレオタイプな描き
is
方で
media stereotyping and issues in education. I am sure that a lot of people who are sitting here on the panel have views on these topics, so we would like to share that going forward. So, Furui-san next. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm the CEO of Potato Media. My name is Furui Kosuke. Nice to meet you all. Our media tries to explain about politics in an easy-to-understand manner, and we will provide information about the government and about the politicians, and we are using media to deliver such information to the public. There was something that happened when I was a child that led me to create this media. During Lehman shock, my father lost his job and he could only make 1 million yen. Or he only had 1 million yen. And the refrigerator was broken, and I was living in Toyama, but I would have to go and get ice cubes. And in my room it's very cold, so I had to put on gloves. I am the eldest of the 3 boys, but all of us were able to go to the university. And I was given this precious opportunity. And looking back, why was I able to do that? In Japan, there are many systems that support education, for example, scholarships. So in some cases, even if your parents do not have money, you can still have opportunities to get educated. However, the reason why I was able to access information was regarding when we were cleaning up the classrooms. And I saw this flyer regarding a scholarship that was posted on the wall of our classroom. And that was why I was able to utilize this system. So there are many information that people go unnoticed. For example, we can use babysitters. For an hour, it's 150 yen, and for a day, it's 4,000 yen. Not that expensive, but not many people know that. And if we want to promote childcare leave for men, what are we going to do with the job that has to be filled? But there are grants and subsidies which can be utilized. So these information need to be disseminated in order for them to be used. Today, we are going to talk about gender. I have one thing that I would like to mention. I am running a startup, and we have a lot of male employees. And we had the first man who took a childcare leave for 2 months, and he came back. And I noticed that after this experience, when this employee wanted to come back to work, if that person really wants to take care of the child, then he struggles because he needs to find time to work as well. And therefore, this balance between those who want to stay more at home and those who don't have kids need to be struck. So maybe these issues that often women face may be faced by men going forward. So when it comes to gender equality, equality, sometimes men think that it's irrelevant to them. But if we don't solve the issues that women face, even if men want to take part in child rearing, they will not be able to do that because there are social barriers. And they wonder, why am I earning money? And I need insurance in order to protect my family. And for that purpose, I need money. And things like that. So today, I would like to hear from women about their issues. I would like to provide my own thoughts, and I would like to think about the challenges that men face as well. Thank you.
古市さん、ありがとうございました。
Furui-san, thank you very much. You mentioned about the challenges of application to government support. You need to fill out certain forms yourself in order to get support. And men's involvement in childcare, for example, the president of Iceland mentioned in his keynote speech about this topic. So I think it's a very important issue. Thank you for keeping your time as well. You are professionals. Thank you so much. Next, Ishida-san.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. I am Ishida Ken.
ザ・ヘッドラインというニュース解説の
The
メディ
headline
アをやっておりま
is
して、
the media that I operate, which is about current affairs news, and I appear on the morning TV as a
私自身
commentator.
の問題関心としては大きく多分2つある
There
かな
are
というふう
two
に
major areas of interest.
あ
The
の
first
私が
of
こうニュー
all,
ス解説の
when
メディアをやって
I
いるというのは
comment
非常に
about a
仕事
media
関
and
係
that
している
I
んです
have
け
an
れども
online program, it
例
is
えばこの
related
フェ
to
ミ
my
ニズム
area
と
of
かジェンダーイ
interest.
シューと呼
When
ばれ
it
る
comes
も
to
のに関しては
feminist or
専門
so-called
的な
gender
知見と
issues,
一般社会の
professional
理解には非常に
knowledge
乖離があるな
and the
というふうに
general
思っています。
understanding, there is a
多くの
huge
まあ
gap
問題
in
ニュース
between
に
them.
関係してニュースに関係するような
It
問
is
題ほとんどがそうなんですけれども、
mostly
まあその
related
中で
to
も
many
その一般
news
社会のリアク
affairs,
ションと
but the
専門家
reaction
のコ
by
ミュニ
the
ティでの
general
リアクションは非常
society
に乖離
and
が
the
あるなという
reaction
ふう
by
に
the
思っています。
professional community are
私
very
自身も
different.
大学院で政治
Originally
哲学
at the
とかそういう
graduate
ものをやって
school,
いたんで
I
す
have
けれども、
studied
まあその中
political
でジェンダー
philosophy,
フェミニズム
and
ちょっとまあ
gender
舵取っていく
feminism
という
was
立場で
part
はあるもの
of
の、
what
例
I
えばまあ
studied
最近ですと
as a graduate student. More recently,
法案に関係するもので言うと、例えば
what
AV
is
新法
related
の
to
話なん
bill
かがありますが、まあああいった
legislation,
こう
there is
セ
the
ックスワーカーに従事する人たちを被害者として見るのか、
law
そ
to
れとも
support
主体的な
women
職
who
業
have
選
appeared
択
in
として見る
AV.
のかという、
Do
こういうまあ
we
対立なんか
look at
は
them as victims
ま
or
あ
do we
20年
look at
30年
positive
前のその
selection
ラディ
as
カル
their
フェミニズ
own
ムか
profession?
リベラルフェミニ
Is
ズム
it
かっていう
radical
のを非
feminism
常
or
に
liberal
使い古され
feminism
た
or
時代ではあ
decades
るわけです。
ago?
しかしこう
It's
一
a
般社
very
会に
old
対す
concept
る
and
非常に両
controversy,
方
but
から大き
in
な
the
バックラッ
general
シュというかリア
public
クショ
there
ン
is
があ
a
ると。
strong
でこの現
backlash.
状に対して丁寧
This
に
is the
専門
reality,
的な
but
知見を使って説明
by
していきたい
using
というのが我々
professional
が基本
expertise,
的
we
にニュー
want
ス
to
解説としてや
explain
っていること
more
になります。
carefully
まあ
about
ですの
the
で、こうい
news
った
piece. That is the
専門的なある
objective
いは
of
行政がしっ
my
かり発信しているような
online
知見をどう
news
やって社会に
headline.
実装していくかと
When
い
the
うところが
government
説明の鍵
issues
になります。
information, how to
で、
apply
2つ目
that
と
and
しては
translate that into
そ
action
こ
in
とも関
society
係
is
して
what
く
we
る
are
んです
trying
け
to
ど、
do.
その中でも
The
やはりこのジェ
second
ンダーイ
point
シュー
of
の
my
中では経
interest
済
is
の
within
側面
gender
が非常にま
issue.
だ見落とさ
The
れやすいんじゃないかな
economic
というところが
aspect
個人的な考えと
is
してありま
not
す。
sufficiently
ケアの問題と
covered.
か、あるいは
The long-term
夫
care
婦
for the
別姓だ
senior
ったりとか、
citizens
同性婚
or
だったりとか、
different
そういった
surnames
メ
for
ディア側
married
で取り
couples
上げやすいという
or
問題というのは
same-sex
非常に我
marriage.
々メディアとして
These
も取り
topical
上げる
issues the
イン
media
センティブ
do
が働くんですけれ
take
ども、
up because there are
一方で
incentives of the media to
賃金の問題、
catch
正
up.
規の
But
問
when it
題、ある
comes
いは
to
配偶者
wage
控除の問
issues,
題、こういったちょっとテクニ
irregular
カルな問題に
workers
関しては、
or
あまり
subsidies for
メディアとしてもまあ
non-working married
厄介と
women,
いうか、取り
this
上げ
is
づらい。
difficult
で、
also
一
for the
方
media
で、
to take up and
女
discuss.
性あるい
On
は
the other hand,
マイノリティの権利というものを考
women
えた
or
ときには、私とし
minority
てはそ
and
の
their
第一
rights,
的に経済的な平
primarily
等自由が担保される社会が
economic
より望ま
equity
しいんじゃないか
must be
というふうに思ってい
ensured
ますので、
even for
この
women
問題に
and
関してはこういう場で
the
より積極的に取り上げ
minorities.
られる
So
機会が増え
I
て、もちろん
hope that
専
there
門
will
家
be
の
more
間、あるいは
opportunity that these areas would also be highlighted. Of course, at the
扱われているもの
professional levels and
届い
at
てい
the
ないと
government
いうところに関して
level, there
あ
are
ると思うんですけれども、
attention paid, but it is not enough. So that is by way of my introduction. Thank you.
石田さん、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Ishida-san. To put into practice is key. I am sort of an expert myself, or I face experts on a daily basis, but we tend to get into the habit of just speaking. And sometimes what we have been saying for 20, 30 years is still being raised as remaining issues. So our voices are not being heard, and therefore we need to take that into consideration. So in this session, we have a leader from overseas. So, Joyce-san, the floor is yours.
Uma boa tarde para todas e todos aqui presentes.
Good afternoon,
Meu nome é
everyone.
Joyce Trindade, estou como secretária de
My
Políticas
name
e
is
Promoção da
Joyce
Mulher na cidade do
Trindade.
Rio de Janeiro.
I am a
Nessa missão da
Municipal
gente
Secretary
conseguir
of Women's
construir
Policies and
Brasil,
Promotion in the City Hall
com
of Rio
maior
de
equidade de
Janeiro.
gênero.
I am
E tem uma frase que a gente
part of the
utiliza, que é
mission
tornar o Rio
to
de
make
Janeiro
Brazil
uma
and
cidade
Rio de
referência
Janeiro
na equidade de
gender
gênero, porque só
equal
assim a gente consegue mudar a realidade.
municipality and
Uma das falas que foi colocada
country.
aqui hoje é que a
And
educação
that
transforma
is
vidas.
something that
E a
I
minha
am
foi uma dessas. Né? Eu sou uma
aiming to
jovem,
do.
negra,
Somebody mentioned
mulher,
that
que vem da
education
periferia do Rio de
changes
Janeiro, das
a
favelas,
person's
que é o termo
life.
que a gente
I
utiliza.
am black, I am a
Isso é um
woman, I
demarcador
am
muito
from a
importante.
slum
E a
in
educação
Rio
foi o
de
lugar que me trouxe
Janeiro.
até aqui ao Japão,
This is
para
something
estar hoje
very
com vocês,
important.
com
Because
tantos
of education,
representantes
I was able to
internacionais.
come
E
to
que isso
Japan
possa ser
and see
entendido
you
como
all today.
ferramenta de transformação econômica de país. E é isso que a
And
gente tem levantado e debatido
education is a
todos
tool
os dias.
to
Outro ponto
make
também que eu queria trazer aqui
changes
hoje, nessa
to
tarde, é que um dos
economically.
elementos que eu
We
sempre
are
reforço
discussing this
é
issue
que
on
a
a daily
política
basis.
pública do sonho.
I
A
have
gente só
been
consegue
stressing
sonhar com
that
aquilo que a gente vê. A gente só consegue se projetar com aquilo que a gente
in terms of
enxerga. E
public
nós, mulheres em
policy,
especial,
we need
ainda somos
dreams.
poucas nos espaços de poder.
We can
Ainda
dream
somos
something
poucas
and we can
nos
realize
lugares de
that.
transformação, de tomada de decisão.
Women
Então,
are
eu, sendo uma jovem mulher ocupando esse lugar,
not
sei o
very
quanto que é um espaço
present
fundamental
in
para
the
que outras
decision-making
jovens também se enxerguem.
process.
Então, queria
And
muito
I
trazer
am
isso,
black,
que a
I am a
política
woman,
do
but
sonho,
if
ela é
I try
fundamental
to
quando a gente
participate
debate,
in that
né, a
process,
transformação
probably
de
I
gênero,
can
não só no Brasil,
become
não
a
só no
role
Japão,
model for the
mas em
younger
todo mundo.
generation. That
Outro
is
ponto
something
também
that
que
I
não
am trying
adianta a
to
gente
do, not
ensinar
just
a
in
pessoa a sonhar.
Japan, but
A
also
gente
in
também
Brazil.
precisa
This
ensinar as
is
pessoas, a gente precisa também
what is
trazer
happening.
ferramentas
And
e
just
políticas
dreaming is
públicas
not
da vida.
enough.
Isso
We
diz
need
sobre
some
casa,
tool,
isso diz sobre
such
comida na
as
mesa,
policy
isso
tools.
diz sobre educação de
For
verdade, isso
example,
diz
you
sobre
need
economia
a place to
funcionando.
live,
Então, que a gente possa
food to
garantir,
eat,
né, direitos a
and
vidas
the
para todas as
economy
mulheres. Se a gente garante
on
a
which
necessidade
everything
mínima para que as meninas e
gets
adolescentes
sustained.
consigam
So all of
sobreviver e
these need to
viver com
be given
dignidade,
to people,
a gente
especially
vai
young
conseguir
women.
construir também,
They need
né,
this
futuro com a
dignity,
nossa participação.
and they
Porque quando a gente
need
tem
to live
comida,
the
e quando a
life
gente
of
tem
their
casa,
dreams.
a gente também
In order to do
consegue se
that, we
enxergar e
need to
viver com
participate
toda a
in the
dignidade.
process.
E
If you
outro
have a
ponto
house,
que, encerrando
you'll
minha fala, que eu traria,
be able
é que
to
quando a gente
maintain your
traz a
dignity
pauta de
because you
gênero e a
can live
pauta
there.
racial,
I would like
e
to
aí
wrap
é um
up now,
debate que eu queria
but
muito
I would like to
aprofundar,
talk about gender
devido que é um
issues
tema
and
muito
also human rights
complexo no
issues
Brasil, que a
today.
gente precisa
Because
identificar
in
as
Brazil,
mazelas que
there is a
nossos
complex
países
situation.
enfrentam. No nosso país, por exemplo, a mazela que
The
temos é
poor
a
in
escravidão.
Brazil
E
or
com isso
the
nós
poverty
precisamos
in
debater de
Brazil
forma
needs to be
estratégica para
explained.
mudar.
In
E a
Brazil, there
mudança
was
ela precisa
slavery,
ser trazida a partir das temáticas de
and
gênero,
we
de
needed to
raça
change
e de
that
território.
situation.
Então, quero muito
So
trazer esse
gender
debate aqui junto
and
com vocês,
race and
que a gente
land
possa,
issues were
enfim,
all
pensar
combined.
em
These all needed to be
eficiência, em
solved.
eficácia no
So
governo,
today
mas
I would like
principalmente
to
nas
talk
vidas das
about these
pessoas que
issues
estão ali.
and talk
Não
about
tem como
what
a gente
governments
pensar em
can do
política pública de
and
verdade se a gente não trouxer para o
what
debate as
public
pessoas que
policies
vivem os
mean
desafios.
to the regular
Quem vive o
people.
desafio sabe a solução.
These
Então,
are the
a gente
people who are
precisa aqui
facing
aproveitar dessa
challenges on a
oportunidade
daily
tão
basis,
grandiosa
and
de
they
ter
need
tantos
to get
jovens
involved
de diferentes lugares do
in
mundo
the policy making.
trazendo as
So
suas
taking this
soluções de
opportunity
vida,
today with
desde o Japão
a lot
até a
of
Noruega,
young
desde o
people
Brasil
around
até
me,
Israel,
we would
até a
like to
África do
raise
Sul e assim por
issues and
diante.
come up with
Eu acredito
solutions,
que as soluções
and
internacionais
we
elas
would
também
like
são muito
to
proveitosas porque
talk about
saímos da nossa bolha
solutions
e partimos
worldwide,
para uma visão de futuro muito mais ampla.
especially
Então, queria muito trazer um pouco dessa
from
fala
a
para
small
vocês,
world to
que a
a
política pública possa ter
global
cada
world.
vez,
We can
cada vez mais a
extend
cara da
our
mulher,
points of
cada
view
vez mais a
and
cara da
talk about
juventude,
public
cada vez
policies in
mais a
various
cara da
parts of the
população
world.
negra e de todos os
We need
povos
the
que foram
involvement of youth
marginalizados na
and
história do
women
mundo.
and
E que a gente
blacks
possa ocupar esses lugares,
in
porque
the
só assim
global
a
history.
transformação vai
These
ser
were the
efetiva,
people who were
principalmente na economia. Obrigada.
purged or put in difficult situations. We want to make a change. Thank you.
Arigatou.
ジョイさんありがとうございました。私このセッ
Thank
シ
you
ョン
very
は
much,
若者の
Joyce-san.
と思ったんですけど、
I thought this was going to be a youth session, but Furui-san and Joyce-san mentioned something that
社会経済
is
改革
interlinked. So it's not just about generations or gender, but it's about the stratification of society, and we need to support them individually. We are covering many perspectives, and I think that's a good thing. Next, moving on to Mitarashi-san. Thank you very much. I am a clinical psychotherapist, licensed psychologist, and I'm a vice director of NPO Mimosa. I am a clinical psychotherapist and a licensed psychologist, and I work at an institution called International and Psychological Support Association as a counselor. I listen to a lot of people, and this company that I work for does family counseling, married couple counseling, and dating couple counseling, and also individual counseling. When I listen to their stories, of course, I'm an expert in psychology. Therefore, I try to listen carefully to their concerns, and I utilize my expertise in trying to solve their problems. But I often feel that social discrimination is at the roots of their concerns. For example, if we want to avoid people who are dying on their own, committing suicide, these solutions have really not been effective yet. So that is something that I feel through my consultations. When I talk to people, they come from a different gender, and they are diverse. Some are cisgender, some are lesbians, and some are transgender. So we have many types of women in the Japanese society. They already exist, but when it comes to government-led gender equality initiatives, they only think about marrying somebody who's heterosexual, and to get married and have kids. These are the image that government always has when they come up with policies. So we want to dig deeper into this issue. And this NPO Mimosa that I run, they talk about sexual victimization, sexual violence, and we have experts such as midwives and police officers, and their voices are being sent through our media. And we did a crowdfunding recently and published a book named Mimosa Book. And we have been distributing this at middle schools and high schools and universities free of charge. So this is a campaign that we are running. We have published 10,000 copies, and we are distributing them to educational institutions. British government and Canadian government, they had the word gropers until 2015. So this was mentioned in the public document. So this is a type of a street harassment. If you go to the public website of the UK, they put the burden of proof on the victims. And this is something that we can learn in Japan. Mimosa deals with diverse gender and sexuality, and they talk about gender-related sexual violence. And we also talk about self-determination by women, and also the consensus that they need to get from their couples in terms of same-sex couples. So these issues need to be dealt with, and it's something that I would like to talk about today. I still have 1 minute remaining, but I would like to stop here. Thank you. Mitarashi-san, thank you very much. So there are many policies, but probably we are not cutting into the social structure itself. I agree with you. It takes time, and sometimes it tends to deny what they have been doing, so policymakers do not want to look at that, and they kind of try to escape by throwing campaigns. So thank you so much. So when it comes to sexual violence and sexual education, all of you here are interested, I'm sure, so we can discuss this later. Thank you so much. Next, Osanai-san, please.
Thank you very much. I am Ayame Osanai. I am a food culture researcher. The history of Japanese traditional diet. I am studying the history and to actually cook the traditional food. By doing that, I am trying to advocate food safety or food supply in the future or food self-sufficiency. That is what I am doing. In the past, from Edo period, Tokyo was already a sustainable town. Back from the Edo period, as we look back at the Japanese history from Edo to Meiji, this was the time when there was a huge transformation of eating because of Western food. What the Western countries had been eating, they have a gradual history, but in the case of Japan, Edo was close to the outside world, and because it was an island, there is the Dejima Island open to the Western country. And then there was the Meiji Restoration in 1867, where there was a huge transformation. The so-called home cooking. The concept appeared in Meiji time. Of course, there are different theories, but according to the newspaper, for the first time, there was a home page, a family page, that was back in 1953. And according to Cultural Affairs, the wives, if they read this article, they will have no problem thinking about what to cook every day. So that is because the family system has changed. Now it has become the role of a woman to eat, and the professional cook are supposed to be man. That is indeed the typical stereotype by gender. And even as of today, women are expected to take care of the children, they are expected to clean the house and expected to cook the meal, and the man is expected to work outside the house and earn the money. I do still feel that there is a strong, deep-rooted stereotype in that way. There are 2 points of issues that I want to raise. First of all, to change the awareness of the women themselves. So when women are active outside the home, you might get married in the future, you might have a baby in the future, and so there is a possibility that you cannot continue your work, so you don't think about a professional career. Just like an unconscious bias, the girls themselves bind themselves. They might give birth, they might get married, despite the changes in their lifestyles, that there's a possibility to continue to work, how to change the social systems. You could ask for babysitters. There are other welfare programs. But is there an incentive that they want to work outside, even by depending on such services? There is little awareness amongst the Japanese women in the first place. And number 2, woman's enemy is woman. Girl's enemy is girl. For example, if you work out of the home and be a contribution to society, and one option different from men is that we have the option to have a baby. And because you have an option, either you decide to have a baby or decide not to have a baby. So working for a company to be an employee, this could become a seat of conflict, because men say to women that you will quit easily if you get pregnant. And even if a woman wants to get married and have a baby, but 20 years later, for example, even if I do not get married and do not have a baby, but a younger woman in the 20s and 30s, if they want to have maternal leave, how might I respond if I have failed to get married? So we are the adult generation, but what I would like to tell my senior people, and then we women, that we also have the possibility to continue a professional career, and we might have different life stages like getting married and having baby from man. Still, that there's a possibility to continue to work, and we ourselves will have to communicate to the younger generation, because they need to think about the gender and they want to be highly aware, but there is no answer how to respond. So we shall have to pass on the knowledge to the younger generation.
Thank you very much, Osanai-san. I teach gender at my university. So gender is formed in society. For example, difference in sex. And I talk a lot about these issues, and after that, a student, male student, said last year that there are housework that women are better at. And I thought, okay, my teaching is not really being understood. And what types, I asked. And he said, cooking, for example. And I thought, I fail in that respect. So as you mentioned, this norm of mothers cooking at home has been created throughout history. So that was a very good point. Thank you. Next, we have the rapporteur, Hasegawa-san, please.
Thank you. Very nice to see you. I am Hasegawa Mira. I work as a model, and every Friday there is a start line of J-Wave from 4:30 to 8. I am the navigator of a live program. And separately, there is a company called Jam, which is a company of digital marketing, and non-filter. In Roppongi, there is an cafe for Gen Z. When the younger generation want to talk about this message, it is difficult to offer communication unbiased. They don't find a safe environment, and because of that message, I have created a forum where Gen Z young people can get together. Together with 8 of my young colleagues, we are operating a cafe. By way of my introduction, I was born in Tokyo, raised in Tokyo. I have a little sister. My mother also has sister siblings. Grandmother has sister siblings. Until I became 20 years old. Thankfully, I did not feel bad about women, that I have to cook, that I have to find a nice husband. No one told me something like that. Thankfully, gratefully, according to what I hear from friends, when they have a big brother, the big brother is lazy, but I am told to tidy up. But at my home, whether you are a boy or a girl, we were asked to do the same. So only after 20 years old, I started to notice. This applies not only to gender, but I studied in Britain. And then, mainly using SNS or TV or by media. The point is to try to get to know about the world. Let us listen to news program. That is what I'm trying to say. Central St. Martin's, that was the college that I went to in London. Fashion and art is a means through entertainment how to creatively disseminate your philosophy. So that was what I had studied in London. In the group sessions, 45% accounted for international students. International students accounted for 45%. Students from the Netherlands, for example, the Dutch friend talk about the red light district in Amsterdam, the visa for the prostitutes. So when issue is raised like that, they have a theory to explain. 5 or 6 years ago, when I was in London, I was wondering what I could explain about social issues in Japan. My father is a South African, and I do have a pride as a Japanese. And I was aware that the members of parliament in Japan, they are taking on the camera sleeping. And my classmate told me, Mira, you know, in Japan, amongst the advanced countries, you are the bottom ranked in terms of gender equity, gender gap. And I was surprised. What is gender gap? Do you know, in the advertisement, we, the art college students, like advertisement, and the high school girls, the bust breasts were emphasized, and I was so embarrassed. So more than myself, non-Japanese friends knew about the gender issues in Japan. I was really embarrassed, but gratefully on the Instagram, I did have tens of thousands of followers. So I did not want my followers to experience the same embarrassment, so I tried to send out a message to learn more about gender. It was natural for myself to use the SNS, Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, or Prince, those Leonardo DiCaprio.
大統領選中は
or
必ず
during the president's election, there was always a posting to disseminate social issues. I had observed such well-known entertainers, so it was very natural for myself to use the SNS that celebrities, if they raise their voices, I thought that all of a sudden people can become experts about these gender issues and everybody can suddenly become commentators because, as we say, we are all becoming experts and commentators about the World Cup soccer. As I look back at my awareness, I use contraceptive pills and about sex toys, for example, or about menstruation. I do talk in depth about those issues, how I've been groped by unknown man, or what I think about different surnames for a married couple. When I say that I'm not going to get married until I am allowed to have a different surname, I'm considered an activist, but no, I'm just an activist, I'm a J-Wave navigator, I'm just saying what I think. I know I have to conclude my initial comment, but together with these professionals and 5 years ago, when I was in London, I felt depressed because there are so many challenges. But as was mentioned earlier, there's no intermediary between the professional experts and the general public. So in my own position, I am trying to serve as an interpreter, a translator, so to say, to bridge the gap. This is a great honor to have this opportunity to talk amongst all of you. So thank you very much. I want to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are ahead of schedule, actually. And I have been moderating for dozens of times, but this has never happened to me. Thank you so much for keeping time. So even if you speak about something you feel, you are considered as an activist, you said. And I feel that the same. I have been putting my 0-year-old baby in nursery schools, and I started working early. And I thought that was normal, because I am doing what I think, what I want to do. But in Japan, that is considered something special. And you reminded me of that. Thank you. So I have prepared 4 points of discussion today, which I have already notified you. And you have written a lot about each topic, but our time is limited, so we would like to narrow down the scope. The first point of discussion is regarding your view of an ideal society, which you have mostly covered in your self-introduction. So the next point, what kind of education is necessary to prevent unexpected pregnancy, sexual violence, and discrimination? So when we talk about education, it's not just about school education. Informal education, things are being done to a certain degree, but this has not penetrated. And sometimes you have lots of text and documents, but the teachers are too busy to make use of them. So not just limited to school education, but you can create your own booklet, for example. So all these activities to raise awareness in the private sector can be talked about. What is effective? And maybe we can make better use of things that already exist. Maybe we can try to come up with a concrete solution, and I would like to solicit your ideas in that respect. Mitarashi-san, you showed me something earlier. So could you talk about this booklet? And you said that you have distributed this to 10,000 copies of this. So can you talk about this, please? Yes, sure. First of all, let me distribute the actual booklet to you. I have a lot, so everyone can take it. I hope it's enough. So, does everyone have it? We don't have an English translation. I'm sorry for that. This is called Mimosa book. In it, we talk about sexual violence, and this is explained. Why do we start with sexual violence? We define sexual violence in this booklet because it was necessary. Why? Because the voices that we hear at our organization talk about their questions regarding whether this was sexual violence or not. So you're in a good mood with your partner, and it seems that your partner would dislike you if you say no. So is this considered sexual violence? Is one of the typical questions that we get. So if you don't have sexual consent, then all of the things that happen could be sexual violence. When I was small, I was a victim of sexual violence from an acquaintance of mine. It was a he, and I thought that this was something gross. And I have been thinking that for a long time, and I realized that it was sexual violence when I went to graduate school and majored in psychology. And sexual violence was one of the topics raised in one of the classes. And I thought, oh, I went through that, so I was a victim. That was the timing in which I became aware. So when we discussed how to put together this booklet, all the Mimosa members said that we wanted this in our teens. We wanted the adults to let us know what constitutes sexual violence, and that is why that is explained in this booklet. We've also provided data. 81% of women consider themselves as cisgender, or 81% of the people consider themselves as cisgender, and 9% think they are men. And sexual violence often comes from your current partner or your previous partner, and dating victims suffer from an early stage of life, like in my case, when you are a child. So that type of data is being provided. And recently, there has been discussions about grooming. When you are growing up, you become victims of sexual violence from your guardians. So we are talking about possible legislation here, but this is being touched upon, and we are listing consultation centers and police-related institutions. If there is a case of sexual violence, if you scratch the skin of that offender, then you can get tissue from that person in between your finger and your nail, and you can submit that as evidence. When you become a victim of sexual violence, sexual assault, you feel inclined to wash your body and change your clothes, but we tell them to keep them. And we are also providing information about emergency pills. And when you were victimized a long time ago and become aware that you were a victim after growing up, you still can go to counselors, and that type of information is being provided. And regarding sexual consent, in Japan, people think that you need to have a written consent or a contract. It's funny, right? You don't have to have that. So you need to be able to say no, and you don't have any kind of interest which prevents you from saying no. These are things that need to be taken into account. And we collaborated with Netflix to list some movies that we recommend on this topic. And page 31 is my favorite. When it comes to sexual consent in Japan, as I mentioned, you think that you need a written consent. So it's harder to understand. If that's the case, I have a checklist that I want people to go through with their sexual partners. So when you want to have sex, have you considered the health condition of your partner? If you have too many checks, then probably you are not getting consent. And if your partner asks you to have sex, these are the cases in which you can say no. So please make use of this. Thank you so much. It's easy to carry around. It's nice and small. Thank you. So you said that you did crowdfunding for this, right? And have you sold this or not? Well, yes, we sell this, but when we provide this to middle school students, high school students, we provide them for free of charge. But we did raise funding through crowdfunding in order to publish. To the freshmen and sophomore in my university, when I teach about child welfare and sexual education, a lot of students become angry because they have not learned anything regarding these issues. So I would like to know more about this. I went to Ochanomizu University the other day, and I talked about this handbook, and they were very pleased to know about it. So thank you. Please spread the word.
Okay.
So, from early education, we need this type of topic to be covered, both for boys and girls. And Aito-san mentioned this. So I would like to pass the microphone to her and share something about her experience in the Philippines.
Thank you. In the Philippines and comparing the Philippines to Japan, I might not have sufficient observation, but my father bought me some books when I was small, and if someone who you don't know touches your body, say no. Like when I was 5 or 6, I had been taught to be mindful. So I think I am one of the individual that has been taught than most of my peer girls, but without common understanding between boys and girls, problems could occur. During my junior high school, there was no official curricula at the school. Without proper education, I do think there could be something dangerous in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When it comes to education, I immediately thought about school education, but parents can also provide education. I have a child who is in elementary school and middle school each. So we need to learn ourselves and provide education to our children. And we have picture books, for example, regarding sexual consent, and some books that show the difference of bodies among genders. And I have a daughter, and I asked her about certain things, and she said that, oh, I've learned this through picture books at school. Moving on, there were some comments regarding policies, and the experts and lay people have different understanding. Ishida-san mentioned this. So, centering around sexual consent, do you have any opinions on possible solutions or something that's lacking currently? Any ideas?
Thank you. Education in both the gender and the feminism area, or the avoidance of sexual violence. Many people, I think, agree about sex education, but despite that, there is not much education. So I think this would be the start point of awareness at the campuses of universities or at the primary school level. There are many opportunities for intervention. However, when it comes to adult education, only those who are interested will pay attention, which means it's important during the mandatory educational ages. But then the teachers' literacy is absent. For example, the teachers will have to be trained at least 10 years, and the teachers have to be taught in the first place. Then there will be other topics becoming more prioritized. So at the grassroots level, there is awareness that sex education is required, but changing the awareness of society as a whole, they might be feeling the limit to what could be done. And in reality, it becomes very difficult to disseminate this education. Rather than education in combination with education, maybe from a different framework, we might change. What is the smallest intervention with the largest effect? If we change our mindset, we might be able to change the society for the better, but I think that's too optimistic. So, change the system, change the institutions. We might talk about this later, but eventually, we tend to talk abstract rather. So, I am cis hetero, and I have been educated to a certain degree, as there might be like a parity or quota. Unless we propose such controversial ideas, we might not be able to celebrate a situation where the younger generation can celebrate the huge change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When it comes to gender equality, I am part of a lot of commissions which talk about mindsets. But if it's a governmental commission, probably we should be talking about changing the law. So from the public sector, we would like to hear from Joyce-san regarding gender-based violence and sexual violence. What are some of the new initiatives taken in the City Hall of Rio de Janeiro? Are there things that you would like to do?
Primeiramente, quero muito parabenizar vocês por esse evento tão importante.
First of all, I would like to praise all of you. I have been listening to your comments in this very important forum. I am very happy. There are many things that we share, although we come from different cultures. When it comes to gender-related issues, they exist around the world, and we have a participation from male panelists here. I think that's very important. When it comes to gender-related issues, there are lots to be solved, but we need to start with discussion. And when we come up with public policies, we need the involvement of men. For example, gender-based violence needs to be solved, and in this endeavor, men should be our collaborator or supporter. In Brazil, it's a huge continent, and we have a lot of population. Even in just Rio de Janeiro alone, we have 3.6 million women, and they are targets of my work. For example, this talks about youth pregnancy. This is called a map of women in Rio. It talks about education, social welfare, insurance, work, and things of that nature. And it talks about youth pregnancy. And the rate of pregnancy, maybe this is hard to see, and it's written in Portuguese, but it says that it depends on your social class. When you're poor, you tend to have more pregnant youths. This is also related to education. Another point that I would like to mention is domestic violence and feminicide. Data related to these issues are included. These also are related to social class, where you live. And whether public policies are present in these areas. If not, they can be victims of gender-based violence. And race is also a factor. victims of feminicide, for example, and domestic rape, they tend to be black. And therefore, I would like to stress the fact that these people belong to certain age groups, certain race, certain places of residence. Another point that I would like to raise is the issue of communication, which somebody else also mentioned. Communication saves lives. So if the female victim can raise her voice and know who to talk to, then the person can be saved. The Safest City, Rio, is a campaign that we threw. Portuguese, French, and Spanish versions exist, so we would like to create one in Japanese as well. In some countries, que é a terceira melhor lei do mundo, que é a nossa lei, que fala sobre como enfrentar os desafios de gênero. Então, a mulher sabe o que o Brasil tem sobre violação de direitos. There is a piece of legislation which talks about how to solve gender-related issues and gender-related human rights abuse.
Muito concreta e muito fundamental.
This is a Brazilian law, and it's a basic law. And this is something that we all need to understand, not just for Brazilian women, but also women who come to Brazil. So in this way, we need communication, and even if we come up with some kind of policy, if we don't let this known to a wider community, it would become useless. So we would like to deliver this message, especially to schools.
Thank
you very much. Joyce-san, I like the design of your booklet. And when it comes to pregnancy of teens, it depends on social class and also the places they live. So that became apparent through your comment. And Ishida-san mentioned earlier something that drew my interest. Sexual or gender education is important. I think overall people agree, but why and how is it difficult? It needs to be addressed. I think it's quite recent that we were able to pick up this topic in governmental meetings. Even the word gender tended to be a dangerous word to use. Thanks to SDGs, we were able to use the word gender quite freely. And in terms of Tokyo, in 2003, there was a gender-based bashing in a specialized school in Tokyo, special needs school in Tokyo. This incident happened. And Tokyo is a global city, but when it comes to gender education or sexual education, we are lagging behind. In Japan, we may remember something negative that happened in the past, which prevents us from thinking about what's going on right now. So in these open meetings where we try to come up with good initiatives with youth, as Ishida-san mentioned, we cannot move forward if we don't reflect on the things that have happened in the past, even if that is something dark. So we would like to have a Parliamentary Vice Minister of Health, Labor and Welfare who is present at this panel to talk about some of the things that the Japanese government is doing.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am the member of the House of Councillors, Upper House, and I am the Parliamentary Vice Minister for MHLW, and I am also the Parliamentary Vice Minister for Vaccination. My name is Honda Akiko. I am a member of parliament, of the Japanese parliament. One qualification that I have is I am a pharmacist by profession. Why did I become a pharmacist? It is a profession, and even if I am living alone, this will be a contribution to the society, and I would be able to support myself. That is why I chose this profession. I have heard wonderful discussions and good recommendations. The importance of education has impressed me, and about the gender and the sex problem. For example, emergency contraceptives. Why cannot be sold over the counter in Japan? So how long are you going to continue to debate and debate and debate? I hear such criticism regarding such emergency, the morning after contraceptives, how to handle the sales. From 2017, the government has been engaged in debates. At the moment, you can receive online a medical examination. Then the pharmacies who sell, who dispense, they are available. However, for the girls who are very anxious, these happens during midnight, for example, when hospitals are normally not open. What can you do? That's the challenge. And therefore, at the moment, I have to admit that we are still discussing, and hopefully before the end of the year, we want to offer recommendations which would be subject to public comment about pharmaceuticals. Of course, there are requests that they want to access pharmaceuticals quickly. In Japan, the major issue is the lack of sexual education, education and reproduction. Just providing medicine, pharmaceutical, that might be easy, and indeed people want easy access to medication. However, why does the people need that medication, like this Mimosa handbook, for example? Where to access in terms of information, social infrastructure, a social prescription has to be developed to provide an enabling environment where people can access the information. It's not simply just medication that is provided. I am trying to work within the government so that we do not end up simply just giving out medicine. And also about suicide, taking your own lives. Across the world, Japan is a country where there is a high number of suicide. Observed from other countries, why, despite Japan being so advanced and a rich country, why do the young Japanese kill themselves? This is a huge question, and other countries are very suspicious about Japan. And by COVID-19, in particular, the suicide of younger girls and women in Japan have risen conspicuously. Therefore, the government is working on prevention of suicide. For example, there are telephone numbers for girls and women, but it's difficult to use the telephone, or sometimes the environment does not allow them to use the telephone. So SNS are also provided, like chat-based consultation are being expanded, or distressed women. There could be digital fora where they can access someone to create a system where they can find means to live rather than take their own lives. About suicide, there must be a more kind community to support everybody, not only MHRW, Cabinet Office, and with the Ministry for Local Empowerment. We are working on this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you are doing good things, but that's really not being known. And in terms of public comment, well, because Japanese government is a democratic one, when they come up with policy ideas, they solicit public comments. And when they are being able to gather a lot of comments, we will look into that, and those that common comments will be reflected in the policy making. So therefore, we would like to hear more from people in your generation. So that's what I felt listening to you. This session has been dealing with a lot of issues in a very deep and profound manner, but going back to the central topic of today, which is about youth. So I guess people in your parent generation are also joined in and listening to you. And we want to talk about their generation as well. You cannot generalize people, but I don't think there are people in the Japanese diet who are about your age. So that means your ideas and your requests, for example, the quota system, these things cannot really be reflected. I think this doesn't just deal with gender, but also with age groups as well. So after listening to today's discussion in relation to gender, are there any topics that you would like to see more? And anything that has been lacking in terms of gender-related issues that we have not yet covered? When we went around the room, I didn't ask Furui-san, so Furui-san, please. Yes, thank you very much. I only have a limited amount of time and I have a lot to say. So I appear on TV quite frequently, and I want to deliver my message to the politicians and government members. And when I ask for people's opinion, a lot of voices get to be collected from the young generation. Looking at them, I was impressed to find out that the people want a society in which they can live the way they want to. And this is symbolic. So when it comes to raising a child, when would it become free of charge in Japan? This is a specific example. As I mentioned earlier, if there is a male employee who wants to commit himself more to his family, that might lead to less working hours. And this doesn't automatically translate to women working more, because women, after giving birth, their body is damaged in a way, and they can recover through maternity leave and childcare leave, but they cannot work, so their income goes down. There are many life events like this, including nursing care. So, in those cases, governments should step in. But we know that there are many support systems, but if we go to hospitals too frequently, and if we want to do this and that, then we need to spend money, and therefore we need to go back to work. And we cannot say that your wife who has just given birth should go back, or who's pregnant should go back. And people of the older generation said that we went through all that. I was vomiting, but still I was working. These are the things they tend to say. That's great, but we don't see a future in which our salary will be raised. The future remains uncertain in Japan, but still we want to give birth to a child and raise him or her. So this environment has not been established in this country. And people say that we have this and we have that, and we are trying to support you, but it's not enough. Yes, you're providing some support, but if you ask those in the 20s, 100 of them for their opinion, it would be difficult to collect 80% of the support among these people. The way they think about life has diversified. Role models are not just one. So we need to adjust to the changing environment in an agile manner and respond to the requests of our generation. Thank you. maybe you can save more. Should we give money to people who have given birth without any income cap? That said, I don't think tens of thousands of yen will not work because raising a child costs more. And when it comes to social welfare or social security, this is not catering specifically towards the young generation. I see. Yeah, if I keep on talking, maybe somebody would try to criticize me, but nevertheless, I will try my best. I think child rearing should become free of charge, and we should even give money. Sometimes this one-off monetary support that some governments are providing seems not to be enough. So if we talk about giving up money when you give birth to a child or if you raise a child, this does not change the overall framework because it's just about money. Once you get paid, then they can do things on their own. That's not the root of the problem. We need to make money on our own, and we need the income first in order to provide for our children. The French government, who is said to have overcome a low birth rate, they have policies such as giving birth is free of charge, even if you decide to give birth without paying, that is also covered. So you'll never know when that need would arise in your life. I think to provide access at the time they need it should be key, and we need to provide them with cash if necessary. And we need to allocate such funding among generations, I believe. Do you want to say something, a comment towards what he just said?
Quando a gente observa, né, que a política pública ela precisa ser também
when it comes to public policy making,
acesso à renda, pensando justamente o acesso ao trabalho. E quando a gente coloca o debate de gênero,
need to provide access to income and labor opportunities. So when you try to raise a child, we have maternity leave and also childcare leave, and the situation may be different between Japan and Brazil. But when we think about social change in Brazil, sometimes we have a family leader who is a she, and she's the breadwinner. And under her leadership, the family raises the child. This is something that we have to think about, and we have to think on behalf of women. If social support is necessary, then we have to think about that as well. The system in Japan may differ from that of Brazil, but I think government support is key. There should not be inequality in this respect. So we would like to push forward such policies, and we would like to make sure that these families can earn income and they get necessary training. In Rio next year, we are going to start a new program which focuses on younger women who became pregnant from 18 years of age to 30 years of age. Is being targeted, and if they get pregnant unexpectedly, they can get subsidy, and they can get support from experts, and they can get support from nutritionists as well, and they can get financial support to sustain their living. On top of that, they can have vocational training. So income, education, work opportunity, all of this will be in scope. And combining all of this, we think we can have a true public policy. We need to continue such efforts. What I've heard today seems common in Brazil as well when it comes to childcare leave, maternity leave. These are very important too, but we need to continue these initiatives. After coming back, after giving birth and raising their child, they want to come back to work, but sometimes they cannot continue working. So this needs to be taken into account. Thank you. So you're talking about families, and I would like to ask Osanai-san a question. So you wrote before this meeting that the way we work tend to be very homogenic, and some rights which are written on paper cannot be used by both men and women. Can you elaborate on this? Yes.
Thinking about my research on the culture, you cannot exercise your right only by theory. The paternal, maternal leaves or welfare systems, even if systems might be available, when you have your first child, everybody might celebrate and you are welcome to take a leave. But then, when you have a second child and a third child, you are criticized that you are going to take a leave again, you are going to disrupt the work, and even older mothers who have past experiences say that. So the soft aspect, the non-hardware system, that has to be changed. Otherwise, even if systems or law exist, it cannot be actually utilized. As was discussed earlier, like you and in my case, sometimes I'm invited for a TV program, and Tokyo FX morning when I am invited as a commentator. When I discuss my comment, like what is gender equality, for example, but 100% equity is not possible, was part of the opinion. Of course, there is a physical gender difference, so 100% equity might not be possible, but then by forcing a stereotype, at least it could be changed, and based on that, institutions should be made without a stereotype. And I thought that in that sense, equity could be discussed further. But systems, welfare, and the systems considered by the politicians, or people with status, or those people with authority, most of them are men. It happens, and therefore our generation's voice will not be reflected, women's opinion will not be reflected. But without the focus onto laws and legislations, the culture cannot be cultivated. I agree with short-term quota, also for the age, not only for the gender. On a short-term basis, we could change the culture to have at least a certain number of women.
Thank you very much. When it comes to gender, 100% equality cannot be achieved. There's some response that we tend to get. I want these people to learn from zero because they don't know what they're talking about. So Hasegawa-san, in our discussion, has something been lacking? You have been studying overseas, so are there any differences? For example, the ads in Japan are quite different. What do you think?
Thank you. At this kind of fora, when I speak out in this way, you tend to meet people with a similar way of thinking, that all women want to work outside. Men, they are willing to take paternal leave. You tend to meet people with similar values, but then in reality, there are also many girls who want to just get married and stay at home, or they are not interested in their career path, or rather than saying that they are not interested, they really simply do not have any role model in Japan, and therefore they really cannot envision a future of them continuing to work and pursuing their career path. In a certain sense, in Japan, you don't have a senpai, which is a senior role model, older than you, who have gone ahead of you. So, of course, systems and institutions are required. With a startup business, for example, if you think from the reverse, let's say the company hires a new person, and soon after, from 1 month after hiring, working, you can take a pregnancy leave if you discover that you are pregnant only after 1 month of a new hire. So how the management can support the employee, and then the consumer, user, the workers, employees on our side, how can we exercise our right? Although we do discuss in this kind of fora, I think it is difficult to actually exercise the rights in the actual workplace. The voters, if they do not go to vote, 18 years old and above, even if you do have the right to vote, they might not be interested to go to vote. And an intern girl of my office, on a Sunday, there was an event, and I asked her whether she had gone to vote, and she said, "No. Aren't we supposed to encourage voting?" I said, "Oh, I threw away my vote paper." And that's the reality. So although our office is supposed to be advocating exercising our rights, my office in turn didn't even go to vote. My comment is so disorganized, apologies. But educating the adult or the old boys, we had to teach those older men. We, the younger generation, criticize, but I would suggest, why don't you educate the older man? Because despite the institutions, the work culture of old man might not allow you, and the younger generation screaming, it would not change the world. Sorry, I sounded very pessimistic. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We need to figure out why things don't change. I agree. I was talking with a friend, and we talk about the importance of diversity, but we all share that idea. We are all financially independent, and we ourselves are not diverse, we said. So I see what you mean. So there are people who don't go to vote. And I would like to ask Furui-san regarding your experience of covering the election in the U.S. that led you to your current activity. So people who dispose of their voting slips, are there things that you can tell them that would change their minds? Well, first of all, I was listening to Hasegawa-san and I was nodding because I totally see where she's coming from. My friends say that, rather than working, I would want to spend time with my child. There are men who think like that in my generation. And some people just don't want to work and they want to retire. And even women, they just want to be housewives, married to a rich person. So all of us working aside and earning money, this is also going to be homogeneous. And I gave an example earlier, but there are systems which can be selected if they know, but I think we need to go beyond that. We can have immediate access to these things. For example, 100,000 yen distribution that the government did after COVID, and other things such as scholarships. If you fall under that a certain category targeted by these support systems, then automatically you should just send money to the bank account. Or you can just say everything is free of charge. For example, tuition is free of charge. And so we need to push these support systems. And that should be more effective. And the My Number Card initiative that the government is currently carrying out, this is also a push-type support. They can just provide a certain financial support automatically through these mechanisms. And as Jibu-san mentioned, we need to raise awareness among people. When I went to cover the U.S. election, I was 21, and I went to these halls, and you hear music, and the lights are shining, and the candidate would appear in a plane. In Japan, you only see candidates in front of stations. And I went there with a friend, and we had a fight. But after the event, we were so excited, and we forgot the fact that we were fighting. So entertainment is involved in politics. The campaigns are interesting, and the performances are something that is entertaining. So when it comes to trust towards the government, I think the positive side of politics need to be highlighted. And the trust towards politics will be achieved by overcoming the negative image that we have towards politicians. These are the people who have spent their life doing what they thought they should do, and their way of life need to be known more. Thank you. Can I say something? As you rightly mentioned,
As I mentioned by way of my introduction, during the presidential election, influencers talk about the recommended makeup, and then it would become so popular. And without posting your comment, you would almost be criticized whether we are an American person at all. So there is a very different awareness in terms of American people and the Japanese people. And why do you discard your voting slip, or you're not at all interested to go to vote? The younger generation, maybe they are not aware that they are disadvantaged. They are not aware. Gen Z, they are supposedly very highly aware, but I don't think they understand their own position. What about people in their 30s and 40s? They think that they are disadvantaged. Or Gen Z look as if they are highly aware because we are IT savvy and SNS savvy. But there are positive messages that have arrived at the target, but literally my intern, she was totally not interested to go to vote, so she did not have any trouble. But I spoke with another friend, and it is like people who don't understand that they are a victim of a domestic violence. So before the system, you are in this kind of a situation which is not justified. We have to start teaching at that level. Personally, a momentum to change Japan, I think it will be an external pressure by the media. There was a pressure from the outside during the Olympics and the Paralympics, where foreign press or foreign media say something. The Japanese people feel shameful, embarrassed. So from a different perspective, if someone tells us from the outside, first of all, the Japanese have to be sort of embarrassed, kind of, I think, in order to change the system. Those who are aware about how disadvantaged they are, they will apply for support. In the Minato ward, 100,000 yen cash payment was received. So the utility prices have gone up, gas has gone up, so automatic payment of 50,000 years. If you do not send back the slip, you will receive this benefit. So systems are advancing. Still in Japan, it is still in the level of awareness. So we do have European and American information. So you think Japan might have caught up, but that is not the case. If there are a lot of systems, people do not know about the availability of the system.
Can I? Thank you. When it comes to gender gap, younger generation tend to not notice this. And from 30 years old, 40 years old to 50 years old, they become highly aware. I am not getting enough opportunity, and this cis male person at my age is being promoted. These are the experiences that they tend to go through in those generations. All of us are privileged in one way or the other. I can speak with my own mouth. I can listen to you with my own ears. I have the financial capability to come here today, but there are people who are less privileged. Those voices tend not to be heard. And if you don't go to an election, that also means that there are no politicians that they can feel closely to or connect with. So I think the seats in the Japanese Diet need to be vacated in order to have more women. And In addition to that, we need an age cap for diet members. When you reach a certain age, you should retire. Unless you have that, there is no way you can really self-rectify the situation. When you think about younger people not voting or not becoming candidates, it's because you need money and you need to be privileged in order to run for office. As Mira-san, Hasegawa-san mentioned, role models need to get into the world of politics. It is great that we were invited as sort of role models, and that's one way. But we need other approaches too. Unless we do that, voting rates will not go up, policies will not change. And I am a cisgender pansexual, but myself coming here and getting into politics, for example, and a diversity of representation in terms of gender in the world of politics is needed. And women in the 30s and 40s and from diverse backgrounds need to try more. We have a future that we need to realize, and our bodies are changing, and still we are taking action towards society. So don't push everything to us. You should do something, especially the privileged old male politicians in the Diet should vacate their seats.
No Brasil, as eleições.
In Brazil,
no Brasil, as eleições é obrigatório
I
a partir
have
dos 18 anos. Então todo mundo vota a partir
election
dos 18.
or
Mas a
voting
partir dos
is
16 é
mandatory.
opcional. E durante as eleições
So
deste
everybody
ano, que a
goes
gente
to
acabou
vote.
de enfrentar e
It becomes
elegemos o novo
optional
presidente,
from 70
tivemos
years
uma
of age.
participação muito grande de
And
jovens.
we selected a
Então,
new
jovens a partir dos
president
16
in our country,
participaram de uma
and
forma
young people
exemplar
voted,
das
starting from
eleições
16
neste
years
ano no
of
Brasil.
age.
Isso foi a
They
partir
can
da
vote.
identificação, como
And a
foi
lot of
colocado aqui.
youngsters
Os
came
jovens
and
começaram a
voted.
se ver mais na política.
That is
Os jovens
because
começaram a se
young
enxergar mais
people
nesse espaço e identificar que as pautas
get
deles
interested in
estavam ali
politics
representadas.
by
Então,
voting.
acho que isso é um movimento muito importante, né? Que a gente no Brasil acabou de passar,
Whatever
enfrentar, e foi muito
interests
bonito
them
de ver a juventude participando
can be
ativamente da
topics of
política.
discussion in
Eu
politics,
fiz vários
and they are
eventos
interested in
enormes.
that.
Foi
It
pouco
makes
de
me happy to
comício,
see
pouco
young
de
people
festa,
who
pouco
are
de
involved in
tudo,
politics.
mas
I
tem
go
que
to
ser atrativo,
events
tem que ser
and
atraente a
meetings
política.
and some
A política
festival like
ainda é muito envelhecida,
events as
ainda é
well.
muito homem branco, né? No Brasil a gente usa esse
Politics
termo.
tend to be
Isso é chato. Então a gente
tend to
precisa
look
transformar uma
old
coisa
and
legal,
dominated
todo
by
mundo se
white
veja
men,
também.
which
ponto
should not
importante,
be the case.
conectando com
It
a
needs to
questão
be
da
fun
maternidade,
and
que a gente estava
enjoyable.
falando anteriormente. No Brasil,
And when it comes
recentemente, foi
to
aprovado
women
na Câmara Federal,
and their
uma lei que
femininity,
torna
in Brazil,
os
there was
afazeres
a
domésticos e o cuidado com
law
seus
that
filhos
passed
enquanto uma
in the
profissão.
federal
E isso é muito fundamental.
parliament
Que a mulher, ela
or
pode
federal
querer,
Congress,
desejar
and
cuidar dos seus
we
filhos,
talked about
querer ser uma dona de
food,
casa,
how
entretanto,
to
precisa ser reconhecida enquanto trabalho.
provide food to
Reconhecer
their
isso
family
como
members.
trabalho,
Some
a
want
mulher
to
no
be
futuro ter
housewives, but
aposentadoria, no
is
futuro
not
ela
considered
ter
an
se
occupation.
identificar e se
So
enxergar.
we
Então, acho
want
que isso é
that
muito
to become an
importante
occupation
também
so
no
that they can
reconhecimento
get
do
salary
Japão,
and also
mas
they
no
can
Brasil a
get
gente acabou de
pension.
reconhecer
And
isso
this
também.
law has been established in Brazil.
ソイさんありがとうございました。ということ
Thank you very much. Maybe we can go on for another 2 hours. Maybe we can do that over drinks. But I think it was great that this our intention of hey, let's bring in youngsters and let them do the talking and make the society better. Our intention proved to be insufficient, and I think that was great. So when it comes to promoting women in Japan, I think this has to be linked with the changing male-dominant society. This also applies to middle-aged people. And male politicians need to retire from the diet so that they can open up seats for others to come. Okay, how are we going to wrap up? Hasegawa-san, we can spend another 20 minutes thinking. I think it was very impressive that you all finished your self-introductions in 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your contributions.